Senate will come to order. All those not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber. Those in the gallery and those on the floor will please rise as we're led in prayer by Grover Miller, Senate Assistant Doorkeeper. Please remain standing after the prayer as the senior senator from the 5th leads us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we are privileged to come here and glorify you as our Lord and King. We are grateful for all the gifts and the abilities that you have given each one of us in hopes of pleasing you with all that we do. Lord, we ask for a continued blessing for our senators, delegates, and governor. In the last week, Father, I pray that the minds and hearts work continue together to accomplish the needs of the people of West Virginia. Now forgive us of our sins, and as we ask all this in the power and the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Senior Senator from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would those in the gallery and people on the floor go with me in reciting the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hey, when you speak to...
Reading of the Journal.
West Virginia Legislature, Senate Journal, April 6, 2021. The Senate met at 10:07 a.m. Senator Blair, Mr. President, in the chair.
The senator from Preston requests unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and the journal be approved. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Further reading of the journal is dispensed with and the journal is approved. Introduction of guest. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senate, it is your pleasure and mine to introduce our doc of the day. In the rear of the chamber, I have a good friend of ours, Dr. Marianne Maurer. She is here with the Family Practice Department here at CEMC and WVU. If you wouldn't mind standing, let Senate give you a warm welcome.
Senator from Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery today, we have my family, my brother, my mom, and my sister all visiting us, so if the Senate would make them feel welcome.
Are there further introductions? Junior Senator from the 17th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Today, visiting us virtually are 5 individuals that we'll recognize here later with a resolution. And if I could name their names: Walter Combs, John Ward, Reese Mason, Ben Woods, and Adam Keith. But welcome, guys, and if everybody would make them welcome virtually. Thank you.
Further introductions. Communications from the House.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 294 relating generally to savings and investment programs offered by state.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 294.
The senior senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 294. Is there discussion? Senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to facilitate the board's termination of the prepared tuition plan so that funds may be freed up and used for new legislatively mandated savings and investment programs. The House amendment makes cleanup changes only, nothing substantive to the bill. I urge passage.
So further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is: the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 294. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the title only as it relates to committee substitute for Senate Bill 297 relating generally to modernizing Board of Treasury investments.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 297.
Senior Senator moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 297. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. As our clerk just explained, it was a amended title only. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 297. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machines and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the title only as it relates to Senate Bill 397 relating to health care provider tax.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 397.
The Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 397. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, this is a ditto. The House amended the title only. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 397. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage, and the clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 460 relating to Deputy Sheriff Retirement System Act.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 460.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 460. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank Thank you, Mr. President. The House added a single provision that would allow a sheriff who was appointed to purchase service credit under the Deputy Sheriff Retirement System or the Public Employee Retirement System if that member had not made contributions previously. This would align the rights of an appointed sheriff with one who is elected. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 460? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 479 relating to West Virginia Veterans Service Decoration and West Virginia Service Cross.
Message to be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 479.
The senior senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 479. Is there a discussion? Senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill moves authority for the West Virginia Veterans Service Decoration and the West Virginia Service Cross to the Department of Veterans Assistance. The House amendment edited language to reflect the addition of a 6th federally recognized military branch and does not change the substance of the bill. Therefore, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support the changes made by the House. I didn't think of it when we had the bill here in the Senate. As it was originally written, it discussed the 5 federally recognized departments of the Air Force, or the Armed Forces, which is the Army, the Air Force, the Navy, the Marine Corps, and the Coast Guard. However, we do have a newly created Space Force, and so this medal would recognize any veterans of the Space Force who are from West Virginia. So I support the House change to the bill. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, the Senate concur on the House amendments to Senate Bill 479. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed Senate Bill 651, allowing county boards of education to publish financial statements on website.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 651.
The senior senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 651. Is there discussion? Senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of the bill is to give county boards of education the option of publishing their financial statements on their websites rather than publishing as a Class 1 legal advertisement. The House amendment makes technical corrections and changes the number of days in which the county board must publish its financial statement from 90 to 120 days. These changes do not affect the main purpose of the bill. Therefore, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, question for the Senate is, the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 651. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 22 yeas, 12 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House changed the effective date only as it relates to Senate Bill 713 relating generally to inmate good time.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the changed effective date to Senate Bill 713.
The senior senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the changed effective date to Senate Bill 713. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the Senate concur in the changed effective date to Senate Bill 713. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective April 30th, 2021.
Senior senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective April 30th, 2021. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective April 30th, 2021. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the Senate amendments, the title only as it relates to committee substitute for House Bill 2529, prohibiting West Virginia institutions of higher education from discriminating against graduates of private, non-public, or home schools by requiring them to submit to alternative testing.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments to House Bill 2529.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate amendments to the House Bill 2529. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of the bill is to prohibit state institutions of higher education from discriminating against graduates of private, non-public, or home schools. The House amendment is just a title amendment. I urge passage.
So further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments to House Bill 2529. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the Senate amendments as it relates to committee substitute for House Bill 2785 relating to public school enrollment for students from out of state.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendment to House Bill 2785.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate amendments to House Bill 2785. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill has three main purposes. Number one, it allows the parent or guardian to make the determination to remove a child from the kindergarten program. Number two, allows for a non-public student entering public school to be placed in an academically and developmentally appropriate level And 3, requires students to be enrolled in the same grade level as they were in another state or program from which the student transferred. The House amendment only removed an irrelevant code reference and did not alter the purpose of the bill. I urge passage.
Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments to House Bill 2785. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 1 nay, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of House Bill 2895, supplementing and amending the appropriations of public monies to the Department of Veterans Assistance.
Message be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration. Committee reference be dispensed with.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
House Bill 2900, expiring funds to the balance of the Department of Education, State Board of Education, School Building Authority, School Construction Fund.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The House amended the Senate amendments and changed the effective date as it relates to committee substitute for House Bill 2916, creating the Semi-Quincentennial Commission for the celebration of the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States of America.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments on House Bill 2916.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments to House Bill 2916. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill creates a commission to plan and celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. The House's amendment makes only technical corrections to the statute's numbering. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments to House Bill 2916. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I move the bill be made effective from passage and request the unanimous consent. Roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of House Bill 3313, making supplemental appropriation to Division of Motor Vehicles.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
House Bill 3314, making supplemental appropriation to West Virginia State Police.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
House Bill 3315, making supplemental appropriation to Division of Environmental Protection, Oil and Gas Reclamation Fund.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
House Bill 3316, supplemental appropriation to Department of Education, State Board of Education.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 84, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance to study the declining population of military service veterans in West Virginia.
Message will be received and the resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules. Communications from the Executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 71, originating in committee, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance to study the importance of legislation prohibiting the state or its instrumentalities from contracting with, investing in, or otherwise doing business with entities involved in the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement against Israel, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it be adopted, but with the further recommendation that it first be referred to the Committee on Rules. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
The report be received. Senior Senator from the 17th. 6th. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that it be placed in rules.
Senior Senator from the 6th requests unanimous consent that the bill be referred to the Committee on Rules. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2195 relating to motor vehicle crash reports and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
The report be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2671 relating to financial exploitation of elderly persons, protected persons, or incapacitated adults, and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
The report be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2688 to allow county political parties to have building funds in a similar manner that state parties are allowed, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
The report be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2891 creating minimum statutory standards for law enforcement officers, and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
The report be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2933, Anti-Discrimination Against Israel Act, and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
The report be received and under the original double committee reference to bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the second reference to the Committee on Finance. The bill is revenue neutral.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Objection's been heard. Senior Senator from the 4th. For a moment.
Yeah, I would oppose the gentleman's objection. In finance, we handle things that have to do that impact the state budget, and this bill is revenue neutral. I move to oppose, sorry. I move to oppose the gentleman's objection. The bill is revenue neutral. I move to dispense with the second committee reference to finance.
All those in favor? Speak to the motion. Senator from Cabell.
Mr. President, we debated this in two different forms yesterday in the Government Organization Committee. Basically, we are acting in this well-intentioned bill in a manner which should be reviewed by the Finance Committee. We heard testimony that this could affect $100 million of investments, most of which are the monies of the participants in our pension plans. That would be the retirees, the current state troopers, our teachers, our school service personnel, anyone that participates. Our rainy day fund is impacted by this. So what we're doing is we're dictating our national policies. We're getting into the affairs of the Palestinians versus the Israelis. We're invoking foreign policy here, and it's going to put at risk millions of dollars of investment to try to disentangle what companies and identify what companies might be boycotting Israel. Now, we know from the 1960s that boycotts are a very effective way of speech, and I know we're all for free speech. The boycott has been used when the members of our country, our patriots that we love and respect and recall, dumped the tea into the Boston Harbor. We were boycotting the tea. Boycott has been an honored, respected, effective way of free speech. So, in addition to the impact this could have on our budget and our investments as a state, including the rainy day fund, adverse impacts, I urge that this be considered by the Finance Committee. We should not be making foreign policy in the state Senate of West Virginia. Shouldn't be doing that. We shouldn't be interfering in the cause of the Israelis versus the Palestinians when we have child poverty, obesity, opioid epidemic. And for those reasons, and a lot more that I could articulate, but you've heard enough from me, I object, and I call for the yeas and nays.
Senator from
Mr. Chairman, will the chairman of the Committee on Government Organization yield? I'm not a member of GovOrg, and so I was not there for the discussion yesterday. I know that this bill in its original form had dealt with, there was a pensions part of it and investments, and then there was also the contracting portion of the bill. Does the pensions portion still remain as part of this?
It does not, nor does investments. That was all taken out.
Okay, so this refers to just the contracting then?
Just contracting.
So any discussion regarding retirements then of any public employees is not a part of this discussion because that was taken out yesterday?
You're correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President.
Further discussion. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Just a point of clarification. Yesterday in Government Organization, I did put forth an amendment to take out any effect going against state investments. So that is out of this bill. I don't know if that changes the gentleman's. All that's left, as you just heard, is the contracts. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Asking the gentleman to yield.
Just clarification, and if the gentleman wants to yield, or I'll yield for the gentleman.
Senator from Cabell, will you yield?
I will.
Senator yields. Continue.
Thank you, Senator. I remember when we voted on the bill early in the day, and your amendment was in fact passed. But I know later in the day, when we addressed this a second time, you had an amendment to make this only apply to state contracts. I thought that failed.
What happened later in the day was a concurrent resolution that also had an amendment. And yes, that did fail, the amendment to the concurrent resolution.
So
So the bill as it stands before us and the reference to finance being asked to be eliminated, there is no fiscal, in my opinion, there is no fiscal component left in that bill because we amended out any effect that this would have on the IMB or other investments of the state.
So we're considering the bill and not the resolution, the study resolution?
That's correct. It's the bill.
I stand corrected. I'm sorry.
Senator from Cabell wish to withdraw his objection.
I withdraw my objection. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay.
So, objections withdrawn, and the second committee reference will be dispensed with.
Objection is withdrawn, and the second committee reference is dispensed with.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 3072, Sunset the Board of Forestry, and has amended same and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
The report be received. Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Introduction of bills.
There are none.
Resolutions.
There are none.
Motions. Petitions.
There are none.
Unfinished business.
Committee substitute for Senate Concurrent Resolution 3, urging Congress reopen public lands in West Virginia.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This concurrent resolution would send a signal to the state's federal representatives to demonstrate this body's position that nationally managed public lands should be open to the citizens of this state for both recreational, economic purposes, and access for wilderness therapy. The committee substitute for this concurrent resolution removes any mention of logging on national forest and adds disabled access as a reason to reopen public lands in the state. Access to nationally managed public lands is an important tool in our economic toolbox, and I urge the members of this body to vote in favor of this resolution.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 55, supporting Atlantic Coast Pipeline.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is If not, the question before the Senate is the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Senate Resolution 41, congratulating George Washington High School History Bowl team.
The junior senator from the 17th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, that the committee reference be dispensed with, and that the resolution be put up upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 41, congratulating the George Washington High School History Bowl team for finishing in 4th place of the 2020 National History Bowl Varsity Championships.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there a discussion? Junior senator from the 17th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. This resolution congratulates the George Washington High School History Bowl team for finishing in 4th place in the 2020 National History Bowl Varsity Championship. This is the 2nd year in a row that they've finished in 4th place. The George Washington History Bowl team competed on a national stage and defeated many public and private school teams extending from Boston to the Silicon Valley. They advanced to the Final Four, and this was after winning 13 rounds over a 2-day period. The GW team lost by 1 question in a close Final Four match to Adderley Stevenson High School from Chicago. And I would like to name the individuals of the team that we introduced earlier in the virtual introductions, but The first, Walter Combs, who is now a freshman at the University of Chicago. Ben Woods, who is now a freshman at the University of Indiana. Adam Keith, John Ward, and Reese Mason, who are all still at George Washington. But if the members would please join me in adopting this resolution, and I would like a roll call, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. Roll calls to been demanded. Is demand sustained? The demand is sustained. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the resolution adopted.
Senate Resolution 42, congratulating Walker Combs for winning the 2020 National History Bee.
Senate will be at ease. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Again, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, that the committee reference be dispensed with, and that the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 42, congratulating Walker Combs for winning the 2020 National History Bee Championship.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Walter Combs, who was also one of the named members of the prior History Bowl team, won the 2020 National History Bee Championship. The National History Bee is a buzzer-based history quiz competition for individual students who compete against each other in a series of rounds where they attempt to be the first to ring in and answer paragraph-length questions about various topics in history. Walter Combs, who was a senior at George Washington, again competed in the History Bowl where he displayed his superior intellect and became the first West Virginia student to win the national competition. Please join me in congratulating Walter Combs for his winning the 2020 National Bee Championship, and I ask that the adoption of the resolution and also roll call, please.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. The yeas and nays have been demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the resolution adopted.
Senate Resolution 43, requesting construction of off-highway vehicle trail to parallel Appalachian hiking trail.
Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This basically asks for adventure trails to be...
Senior Senator from the 6th requests unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be put on adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 43, requesting construction of off-highway vehicle trail to parallel Appalachian hiking trail.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This Senate resolution was also offered as a House resolution. It basically looks to study cooperation with other states which the Appalachian Trail comes through. and in no way intends to alter the current Appalachian Trail, but just to look at the potential of putting a parallel trail to the Appalachian Hiking Trail to allow interstate commerce of adventure trail activists and recreationalists to explore the scenic beauty of the Appalachian Mountains. I would appreciate adoption.
Is there further discussion? Roll call's been demanded. Is demand sustained? Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 20 yeas, 14 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the resolution adopted. Bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 125, the budget bill. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that further consideration of the bill be deferred until the conclusion of bills on today's first reading calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2005 relating to health care costs.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over one day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2022 budget bill making appropriations of public money out of the Treasury in accordance with Section 51, Article 6 of the Constitution.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that further consideration of the bill be deferred until the conclusion of bills on today's first reading calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2722 prohibiting the use of Class B firefighting foam for testing purposes if the foam contains a certain class of fluorinated organic chemicals. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2722 prohibits the discharge or use of Class B firefighting foam that contains intentionally added PFAS chemicals unless the discharge or other use occurs in fire prevention or in response to an emergency firefighting operation, or the discharge or other use is for training or testing purposes, which occurs at a facility that has been implemented containment, treatment, and disposal measures to prevent uncontrolled releases of such Class B firefighting foam into the environment. The bill specifically states that it does not affect the manufacture, sale, or distribution of the prohibited foams or their discharge or use in response to an emergency firefighting operation, or prevent Class B foams that do not have intentionally added PFAS for purposes of training firefighters. The chemical companies and everyone was on board with this piece of legislation. I'm happy to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine.
July 1, 2021.
Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the Senior Senator from the 4th, vote. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2021. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective July the 1st, 2021, and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? The chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective July the 1st, 2021. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2758, requiring the insurance commissioner to regulate professional bondsmen. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for House Bill 2758 does indeed exactly what the short title says. It would amend two sections of our state code. They're both in Chapter 51, Article 10, relating to the regulation of professional bondsmen. Under current law, bondsmen are regulated by the Supreme Court of Appeals. This bill will move the regulatory authority for bondsmen over to the Office of the Insurance Commissioner. So to do that, the bill authorizes the Commissioner of Insurance to promulgate legislative rules regarding the business of professional bonding. In promulgating those rules, and granting a license to bondsmen or applicants to be bondsmen, the insurance commissioner must consider the financial responsibility of the applicant as well as the moral character of the applicant, who must provide to the insurance commissioner a power of attorney, giving the insurance commissioner access to surety or cash pledged by a bondsman who's licensed. It requires criminal background check. It provides that a professional bondsman has to provide a list of all his or her employees, along with an affidavit, and employees that each will abide by the terms and conditions of the article. Licenses are required to be renewed every 2 years, and the insurance commissioner is authorized to collect affidavits from the bondsman applicants at the time of renewals. And the Commissioner of Insurance is required to keep a list of all bondsmen who are licensed in the state then, and upon request of any place of detention, a regional jail, the Commissioner will provide that list so that inmates there would know the people who are in the business in West Virginia. It requires all bondsmen to be licensed after July 1st, 2022. July 1 of next year. Mr. President, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions. Urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 2 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk has the title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2760, relating to economic development incentive tax credits.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over 1 day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2793, permit out-of-state residents to obtain West Virginia concealed carry permits. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2793 does what the short title says. It authorizes concealed carry permits to be issued to people who are not residents of the state of West Virginia. And I was probably the last person in the room to figure out why anyone would want to do that. But because we have a law in this state, our law in this state doesn't require a person who's not prohibited, doesn't require them to have a license to carry or even carry concealed in West Virginia. But what I learned is that many people, even though they can freely carry because they're not prohibited in West Virginia, obtain and buy the concealed carry permit licenses because under reciprocal agreements with other states, the way it works right now, West Virginia residents who have a concealed carry permit have reciprocal rights in, I think it's over 35 states now, to carry firearms when they are in those states. So the idea behind the bill, which I now understand, is to allow residents of other states, perhaps states where they can't easily get a concealed carry permit, to come to West Virginia and buy them. And while they don't need them while they're here, they would have the same benefit of being in a reciprocal arrangement with over 35 other states. So the applications under this bill are still handled by the county sheriff. The fee is $100. That's in section 6174. These are all amendments to West Virginia Code 6174, which is in our dangerous weapons article. For a non-resident, the license fee is $100. Where that goes is delineated in the bill. A small part of it, $15, goes to the Courthouse Facilities Improvement Fund. $25 of the application fee goes to the state treasury, credited to the account of the state police for the purchase of vehicles, equipment, and maintenance. And then $60 of the $100 is deposited to the Concealed Weapons License Administration Fund to be administered as provided in subsection D. That's the sheriff's fund in the county where the license is issued. So among the things I've learned along the way is that apparently the state of Utah has a bit of a cottage industry in issuing such licenses to non-residents. This will provide opportunities for East Coast residents, maybe from some of our surrounding states, who want to have a concealed carry license that they can use when they're traveling in the 35 plus states that would honor and on a reciprocal basis a West Virginia concealed carry license, the opportunity to have that through this state. Maryland, for instance, is an adjoining state where the laws are very restrictive. It's very hard, as I understand it, for anyone to get a concealed carry permit in the state of Maryland. And so, Mr. President, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge the passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Boone.
Would the chairman yield, please?
Senator yield. Senator yields.
Yes, sir.
So if a person from out of state has a concealed weapon permit in their state, they merely apply and pay the $100 and they can get it. Is there any demonstration of that they, like, I know when we get a concealed weapon permit, we have to show that we can safely discharge a firearm, et cetera.
Yeah. So there are people who have greater expertise than I do on this, but a person who has a concealed carry permit in another state would not generally need to buy one in West Virginia, particularly if the state is among the 35, or we may be even higher than that now, 30, it's above 35 states that grant reciprocity on such licenses. This really is for someone who's in a state and that doesn't allow a concealed carry permit. So a resident of Maryland, I understand that in Maryland that's almost impossible to get a concealed carry permit. They could come to West Virginia and get a concealed carry permit issued by West Virginia Now, when they do that, they have to do everything that all the concealed carry permit requirements apply. You have to undergo background check. You can't be a prohibited person. You have to demonstrate that you've had the class. You know, we allow people to carry in West Virginia without that, but to get a permit, you have to do that. And the reason that people do it in West Virginia is because having that permit issued gives them reciprocity with the 35 states that recognize it. And so someone from Maryland could come here, he'd have to do all that, but once he had a permit issued by the state, it would be good in all the states with whom West Virginia has reciprocity.
Thank you. I understand now.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk has the title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2834, adding the curator of the West Virginia Division of Arts, Culture, and History as an ex officio voting member of the commission. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2834 adds the curator of the West Virginia Department of Arts, Culture, and History as an ex officio voting member of the Commission on the Arts. I'll take questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed, and the clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 2874, extend the current veterans business fee waivers to active duty military members and spouses. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Brooke.
Mr. President, the bill that you have before you, House Bill 2874, is very simple in nature. It expands what we put into place several years ago, allowing for veterans to not have to pay certain fees when they start a business here in the state of West Virginia. The bill that House Bill 2874 amends that and expands it to include spouses of veterans across the state as well. I urge passage of the bill, and we'll take any questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote aye or vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2890 to clarify the regulatory authority of the Public Service Commission of West Virginia over luxury limousine services. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2890 partially exempts luxury limousine services from the Public Service Commission regulation and jurisdiction. The bill defines the term luxury limousine service, differentiating it from other types of passenger carrier service. Luxury limousine services must still comply with safety rules and insurance requirements promulgated by the Public Service Commission. I'll take questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare them. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 26 yeas, 8 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on Government Organization move to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 2914 to remove certain ex officio voting members from the Archives and History Commission and update formatting. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2914, which was requested by the Departments of Art, Culture, and History, removes 2 ex officio voting members of the Archives and History Commission and reconstitutes its membership. The bill sets the composition of the commission at 13 appointed members and 6 ex officio non-voting members. The bill specifies the positions that are to serve as the ex officio members of the commission. I'll take questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Just one second.
Engrossed House Bill 2915 relating to public records management and preservation.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question M is consent that the bill over 1 day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed House Bill 2969 to clarify the procedures for the sale and operation of a municipally owned toll bridge by a private toll transportation facility. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2969 enables a public-private partnership project under which a private company is to purchase a municipally owned toll bridge, refurbish it, and charge a toll to recoup its losses. The company is authorized to collect the toll electronically and to pursue collection of the toll from those who do not pay it when crossing the bridge. The bill makes changes throughout to references to state-owned bridges to differentiate them from privately owned bridges. The bill corrects errors resulting from the passage of Senate Bill 739 last session and adds a provision relating to disclosure of information in anticipation of litigation. I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. We'll get there. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 31 yeas, 3 nays, 0 absent, not voting. more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Clerk has the title amendment.
Committee on Government Organization moved to amend the title of the bill.
Senior Senator from the 6th.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent to withdraw the Government Organization Title Amendment.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The clerk has another title amendment.
Senator Trump moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action to the House or the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 3293 relating to single-sex participation in interscholastic athletic events.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over one day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
We need to do it from passage.
Unanimous consent to return to the consideration of
2969.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. I move it be made effective in passage. And then we'll take a roll call.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to return to the action on House Bill 2969.
Is there objection? Chair hears none.
Senior Senator.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage.
Senior Senator for the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Senate come to order.
Engrossed House Bill 3294 relating to unemployment insurance. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 3294 is a pretty big unemployment bill. It would amend our unemployment chapter by adding 2 whole new articles to the chapter. We're talking about Chapter 21A, of course. The first new article would be designated as Article 2D, and the second article is designated as Article 6B. The new Article 2D would have 9 new sections in it, and the new Article 6B has 7 sections in it, so 13 or more new sections across a couple articles. The first part of it, Article 2D, let me turn to it, relates to unemployment. It's called the Unemployment Insurance Program Integrity Act. And its object is to do what it says, which is enhance integrity and eliminate fraud in the unemployment program. It requires the commissioner to check weekly unemployment insurance rolls against the Division of Correction and Rehabilitation's list of imprisoned individuals, to check new hire records against the National Directory for New Hires, and to check the unemployment rolls against a commercial database that provides cross-matching functions to verify eligibility for unemployment benefits. So that's what it's trying to get at here, eliminating unemployment claims from people or fictitiously in the name of people who aren't eligible to have unemployment. It also allows the commissioner to enter into data sharing agreements and Workforce West Virginia, if they receive information which would affect the eligibility of somebody for benefits, it must review the information and make a new eligibility determination based on the receipt of any changed circumstances within a week. The Act also allows employers a mechanism for employers to report employees that decline to accept a return to work offer of employment. Workforce would be required to investigate those reports. And then the other part of the bill is a new program, and it's the short-time compensation program. So it's a change in a new variety or change in the way we do unemployment compensation, and that's the other Article 6B. And it requires Workforce to create this program on or before July 1, 2023. So we're a little over, we got 2 years it's out before it has to be stood up and operational. But the program would allow an employer experiencing a slowdown in business to save jobs by reducing the number of hours their employees work instead of laying off a portion of their employees. So the idea behind this is that rather than have people lose their jobs completely, their hours could be cut back if that's necessary due to economic conditions. And instead of paying people full employment as you would when they lose their job, the program would, the object of the program would be to fill in the gap, the difference perhaps between full unemployment benefits and what might be available as an amount to fill in a gap between full unemployment benefits and the job. Now, employers would not be required to participate in this program the way it's set up. It provides that Workforce can approve a work share plan for employees whose hours are reduced by between 10% and as much as 60%. And approved plans can last for up to a year. Employees included in the plan would be ineligible to collect prorated unemployment benefits tied to the percentage, they would be eligible to collect those benefits that tied to their reduction in hours. And an employee can modify or terminate work share plan, and it would have to be vetted to make sure that it's not just an employer who's just trying to pass off to the unemployment program a part of his or her payroll cost. We're going to make sure that's not what happens under this program. But it makes sense if rather than have somebody go completely on unemployment, if a portion of their job or a certain hours of it could be saved, it could be a win-win situation. Again, we're asking Workforce to design it and stand it up, and the deadline and the statute for that would be 2 years from now. Mr. President, be happy to try to answer questions or urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed, and the clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2022, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator for the 17th moves that the bill be made effective July the 1st, 2022. The request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective July 1, 2022. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 3300 relating to reducing personal income tax rates generally.
Senior Senator for the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that further consideration of the bill be deferred to the conclusion of bills on today's first reading calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Bills on second reading.
Engrossed Committee Substitute for House Bill 2002 relating to broadband, second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Government Organization moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This strike and insert amendment deletes portions of the bill which passed, amended through the House, dealing with some regulatory matters, as well as more rigid guidelines regarding the Office of Broadband's powers and duties. The strike and insert first amends portions of the code dealing with the dig once provisions under the Division of Highways to account for broadband installation, including requirements that the newly created Office of Broadband be notified of any proposed dig. The amendment also states that any spare conduit or interduct in any trench shall be to the Office of Broadband, who can make it available for sale or lease. The PSC remains the arbiter of any disputes among trench sharing competitors. This amendment also allows the Division of Highways control over its excess telecommunications facilities to dispose of through agreement or transfer to another state agency. The strike and insert amendment also amends the Broadband Enhancement Council's powers and duties to make it more of an advisory council and charges it with the duty to explore ways to achieve digital equality throughout the state. This amendment creates the Office of Broadband underneath the Department of Economic Development to report to the Secretary of that department, as well as Joint Committee on Government and Finance, which was an amendment made in the committee. The Office of Broadband's powers and duties are laid out, consisting largely of the affirmative actions regarding fundraising, spending, mapping, creation of guidelines, reporting, contracting, data collection, etc. That was once the charge of the Broadband Enhancement Council. The office is also charged with mapping and data collection, subject to certain requirements and restrictions, including a definition of unserved areas, which means an area lacking broadband internet service from at least one broadband internet service provider, offering all the following in at least one service plan to residential consumers. 1, an actual downstream data rate of at least 25 megabits per second, and 2, an actual upstream data rate of at least 3 megabits per second. 3, unlimited data usage without overage charges. And 4, unlimited data usage without throttling or reduction of downstream or upstream data rate due in whole or in part to the amount of data transferred in any period. One of the predominant differences between the engrossed House version of the bill and the strike and insert amendment is the removal of more rigid guidelines regarding the Office of Broadband's powers and duties in order to allow it to achieve its goals. Political subdivisions of the state are empowered to install their own broadband networks or to partner with essentially any entity or combination of entities to achieve that goal, with similar language regarding the operation of a fiber network. The second new section in Article 3 of Chapter 31G regards compatible use and gives broadband operators authorization to construct and operate broadband networks over public rights-of-way and through easements dedicated for compatible uses, which is a public or private easement for electric, gas, telephone, or other utility transmission. The operator must avoid all unnecessary damage and must indemnify the state or political subdivision for the same. The next section in the strike and insert deals with pole access and first deals with incumbent local exchange carriers, ILECs, which are paid for work that isn't performed. Also amended is Chapter 31G, Article 4, Section 4 regarding the PSC, charging the Commission with the promulgation of rules to deal with various broadband issues like abandoned cable, conductor, and related facilities attached to the utility poles. Finally, this bill creates Article 6 within Chapter 31G of the Code, which creates a blanket preemption of any statute, ordinance, to the extent such inhibits broadband installation. Also, no private entities, policy, agreement, contract, HOA rule, or anything of the like promulgated after the effective date of this bill may regulate or prevent the exterior installation of antennas and equipment necessary to or typically utilized for broadband deployment, and the terms of any such document shall be strictly construed in favor of encouraging and assisting broadband installation and deployment. The same is true for corporate agreements. The committee amended strike and insert there's three ways. Language was inserted from the House version, which requires the Office of Broadband report also to the Joint Committee on Government and Finance in Chapter 31G, Article 1A, Section 1. The word terrestrial was added to Chapter 31G, Article 1A, Section 3, to preclude satellite internet from the consideration of what areas are unserved. And 3, more concise consumer protections were reinserted in Chapter 31G, Article 1A, Section 2. The amendment goes a long way toward our goal of providing every West Virginia citizen and business or potential citizen and business with quality broadband. I'll answer questions, but otherwise I urge the amendment's adoption.
Are there amendments to the amendment?
Yes, sir. Senator Maynard moved to amend the Government Organization Committee amendment on page 11, Section 1.
Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2002 relating to broadband access works to increase access to broadband to the citizens of this state. This amendment is technical in nature. It corrects drafting errors and changes to the state agent whose adopted public welfare rules the compatible use section of the bill is subject to. I urge adoption.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question is on the amendment to the adoption of the amendment to the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment to the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the amendment?
Yes, sir. Senator Plymel moved to amend the Government Organization Committee amendment on page 18, Section 6.
Senior Senator from the 5th.
Request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of have read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Also request the right to close.
I couldn't hear you.
Right to close.
Members of the body, what before you is an amendment. The purpose of this amendment is to enhance and expand broadband in this state. The bill creates 4 funds in the state treasury to be administered by the Office of Broadband. Expenditures from these funds shall be made in only accordance with appropriation by the legislature and in accordance with the provisions of Article 2, Chapter 11B of this code. The first fund is the Broadband Open Access Middle Mile Fund. The fund shall be used for constructing open access middle mile fiber broadband to unserved and unfunded areas of the broadband availability map. And as you know, the state of West Virginia, far above the FCC, has done a better job of mapping, and the FCC has actually recognized that and are going to revamp their maps in the next 4 months. The second fund is the Broadband Grant Matching Fund. The fund shall be used to facilitate projects that require up to 50% match from sources other than primary grantor, in which it extends or improves broadband access in the state. No expenditures shall be made from this fund until satisfactory documentation of financial need is provided to the office and approved by the director, provided that but for the assistance, the grantee would be unable to be awarded or benefited by a grant. The third fund is the Wired Wonderful West Virginia Fund. The fund shall be used to establish a pilot program for open access, last mile broadband internet service, wherein internet service is provided on common infrastructure. Eligible recipients of disbursements from this fund must have an articulable nexus to healthcare, education, and the private sector network operator. They must construct an open access network which allows for multiple internet service providers to competitively offer their services upon this common middle and last mile infrastructure. The fourth fund is the Broadband Provider Expansion Fund. The fund shall be used to support existing broadband providers to extend their last mile networks into unserved and unfunded areas as indicated on the broadband availability map of West Virginia. If the provider is not receiving any other financial support in the area and can demonstrate that they have completed an infrastructure build to serve a home or business with verifiable speed tests with GPS coordinates and submit a signed affidavit indicating under criminal penalties that the best of the provider's knowledge no other terrestrial broadband service was available, then the provider can receive either $2,000 per premises for an installation, an actual downstream rate of 1,000 megabits per speed, an actual upstream rate of 50 megabits per speed, and so on. $500 for premises for an installation with a terrestrial wired or fixed wireless connection with an actual downstream rate of 25 megs per second, an actual upstream data rate of 3 megs per second. If you know that, that's the national standard that they say that you're being served. Disbursements from this fund will come on a first come, first served basis and will be made available to providers until the fund is completed. Upon additional legislative appropriation to this fund, disbursements shall be disbursed in like fashion until the fund is completed. I urge the adoption of the amendment.
Sir, discussion. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I respectfully oppose the gentleman's amendment. The amendment would prematurely establish funds in the state treasury. The bill does not allot for broadband expansion, but it does not appropriate funds. The funds being created in the amendment include restrictions and requirements. The time to establish those restrictions is when the money is made available. For example, there is over $100 million coming to the state for broadband out of the American Rescue Plan Act, and we do not yet know all the strings that will be attached to that money. Anything being done in the amendment can be accomplished when the legislature appropriates future funds. I've also been told the amendment prevents public-private partnerships. I urge rejection of the amendment.
Is there further discussion before I recognize the senior senator from the 5th to close? Will the senior senator from the 6th yield? The senator yields.
Senator, I'm sad that you are looking at this and opposing this, because right now in the state of West Virginia, we have received more federal money coming to the local entities. And would you say that they have a template for what to do with that money, so they choose to go to broadband? That's what they're looking to do. Do they have a template to do that right now?
Well, I can definitely say if it prevents a public-private partnership, it would not be proper to pass this amendment.
It does not prevent a public-private partnership. I challenge you that it does not. Matter of fact, it promotes public-private partnership. And if you look at what the Broadband Enhancement Council is doing, they're doing it from the standpoint of a public-private partnership in many respects. Wouldn't you say that, let's talk about the county that we represent. And recently, under the RDOF funds, SpaceX, that's Elon Musk. That's a satellite that's going to beam down internet service from a satellite to our citizens. Do you think that that's going to be successful with what SpaceX is doing for our citizens of Wayne County?
Well, I think the potential is there, but to prematurely establish the requirements of these funds when we have all the funding that is coming down with not knowing what strings are attached, I just think right now it is not the appropriate time to attach those requirements.
Well, I respectfully disagree. Thank you.
Is there further discussion before I recognize the senior senator from the 5th to close? Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the amendment. You know, when we all started talking about the first part of this session, we started talking about broadband implementation. We, to my knowledge, haven't put a penny where our mouths are. This will allow us, we know that the federal government's bringing in a lot of money through education, through federally qualified health centers, and various other mechanisms. This gives us a template and puts some state money, skin in the game, because these federal monies are not going to be able to be put everywhere, whether it's a last mile or middle mile. This would allow us to help with a strategic plan of broadband implementation in West Virginia. This absolutely is what we should have been talking about throughout the session, and I fully support the amendment.
Is there further discussion? Senior senator from the 5th to close. Oh, excuse me, I didn't see the senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I remember a press conference early, perhaps before this session, where the leadership and yourself stood out there and said we were going to do what we need to do for broadband in this state. You know, we hear a lot of people talk about it and how much our state needs it and how we could become a remote location for workers, but we're not going to be able to do anything without high-speed internet in every household in this state. The senator from Wayne's amendment helps bring that forward. It's probably the most substantial amendment we've had all session, the most substantial effort all session to bring broadband to West Virginians. And it gives a good blueprint for the money that's coming into the state and also has the state make a buy-in. I urge passage of the amendment, Mr. President. Let's quit giving it lip service. Let's do something about it.
Is there further discussion before I recognize Senator from Cabell?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. No one in this body has a better understanding of broadband than my senior senator from the 5th. In fact, no one in the entire legislature does. So are we going to go down party lines again and say we love broadband and we want to embrace it because it's our future, but then because it's an amendment from a Democrat, we're just going to say, nah, we can't go there. And I remember that press conference. And we all, well, not me, I wasn't invited, but Mr. President, I think you were there. I know there was a pretty big deal made of this was going to be the broadband session. I don't think we've devoted a penny yet to broadband in the budget. I'll stand to be corrected as I'm not on the Finance Committee and I haven't studied the budget enough. But are we really going to just make this a political issue, or are we going to step up and start the framework for the future? Or is this just something to tell the public that we're going to do and we just play around political games and in the end do nothing? So I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Senior Senator from the 5th to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rarely rise in this body to offer an amendment on the floor. I really choose when to do this. I think this amendment is so important. It is so important to the West Virginians that we serve. For the last several years, I've been trying to study broadband, understand the ins and outs of it, knowing that some of our incumbent providers have not necessarily stepped up and served our citizens. Well, we have a chance with the money coming from the federal government and the money that we're planning to commit to the state of West Virginia. We have a chance to really do something important. The Federal Reserve has published an economic report, and on that economic report, they say for every dollar you put into broadband, you get 4 in return. There's no better investment. We also understand in West Virginia we lack access to affordable broadband, and that in the last few years, because of the Broadband Enhancement Council and the work by that, established by this legislative body, they have done more in mapping than any state. Pew Charitable Trust recognized us in our actions on mapping. But you do those things because you set the bar for where you need to go next. And that next step is establishing these types of funds that allow us to get open access, affordability, and service to the last mile. And frankly, I've said this before, I'm tired of decisions for West Virginians on broadband being made outside of our state. I truly think this is a time that we as West Virginians look at the investments in West Virginia, take the money that we're doing in West Virginia and put it to the service to the last mile for our citizens of West Virginia. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment to the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the senior senator from the 5th. Roll call has been demanded. Is demand sustained? The demand is sustained. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 16 yeas, 18 nays, 0 absent and not voting. Less than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the amendment to the amendment rejected. Are there further amendments to the amendment?
Yes, sir. Senator Ehlenfeld moved to amend the Government Organization Committee amendment on pages 13 and 14.
Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? The chair hears none. Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment that's before the body will provide the Attorney General and consumers with the ability to take action if their broadband service is substandard. And in addition, it will prevent broadband providers from advertising what are known as up to speeds, which can be misleading, as I'll explain in a moment, and instead require that minimum speeds be specified when marketing and advertising their services. We all know that when it comes to internet connections, speed is what matters. A good internet speed will allow you to have multiple devices on your network. Typically 25 megabits per second is seen as a good internet speed. The more speed you have, the more online activity you'll be able to conduct. Fast internet speeds like those in the 100 plus Mbps range are even better if you want your internet to do even more, if you want to stream video, if you want to have a whole bunch of devices in your home connected to it. With a slow connection, you're going to experience delays. We've all experienced delays downloading files, watching movies, listening to music. In the worst case scenario, you get that really annoying buffering message. And what that means is that your connection can't handle the speed in which the video or the file is being sent to your computer screen. One of the biggest problems, Mr. President, that consumers face in West Virginia is the misleading nature of the speeds that are advertised by a provider. Oftentimes, the speeds that are advertised to you are much different than what you actually receive in your home or at work. Providers here and elsewhere, but we're talking about West Virginia, providers will dangle a fast internet with their ads, but then they don't back it up once they lock you in as a customer. If you do a quick search of the Google machine, you'll see case after case after case across the country of providers being held accountable for misleading consumers about the types of speeds that they're offering. In the state of Oregon, CenturyLink had to pay over $4 million to customers because they were engaged in deceptive billing practices. Last year, Time Warner paid nearly $19 million to consumers for internet speeds that they were not receiving. And in New York, Charter Communications paid close to $175 million. We had our own major settlement about 6 years ago in West Virginia that I'll talk about in a moment, but unfortunately, it's not enough to get us to where we need to be. But the same thing's occurring here in West Virginia in that deceptive internet speeds are being promoted to consumers. And unfortunately, we don't have enough. Consumers don't have enough. The Attorney General doesn't have enough on the books right now to address that problem. But we can fix that with this amendment if you'll go along with me. Right now, internet providers in West Virginia are permitted to advertise what are known as up to speeds. And so you might get something sent to your email like I did the other day that promises speeds of up to 300 megabits per second for $59.99 a month plus fees and taxes. But while they promise you up to, you don't really ever know what you're getting. And oftentimes you're not getting that high end that they're touting in their advertisements. But we can fix that. We can level the playing field and require that they advertise at least speeds. You're going to get at least 25 megabits per second. You're going to get at least 100 megabits per second, depending upon the level of plan that you want for your home or for your business. How can we trust these up to speeds that we're all promised, but we know we're not getting? My constituents know they're not getting. The constituents that call and complain who aren't getting the services that they're paying so much money for. So this amendment, Mr. President, will level the playing field for consumers. It will empower West Virginians, and it will put an end to internet providers in West Virginia. And I won't name all the cast of characters. We all know who they are. But it will put an end to internet providers taking advantage of all of us. And so I urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I respectfully oppose the gentleman's amendment. I believe it's well-intentioned, but the amendment creates two new causes of action that were not vetted in committee or in the House. The purpose of both causes of action are currently covered under the Consumer Credit and Protection Act, including the Act's provision that makes it unlawful for a company to engage in unfair or deceptive acts or practices in the conduct of any trade or commerce. Furthermore, the amendment's provision limiting damages to a maximum of $500 for interrupted or substandard service issues would place a cap on damages that doesn't currently exist in the Consumer Credit and Protection Act. I urge rejection of the amendment.
Is there further discussion? If not, does the Senator from Ohio wish to close? Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I respectfully disagree with the statement just made by my colleague. There is nothing in the code that prohibits advertisers from advertising, from providers from advertising up to internet speeds. There's absolutely zero on the books that prevents that. This amendment would address that problem. It would address the problem that we have with providers making promises that they cannot and do not keep. This would give a tool to the Attorney General. It would give a tool to consumers. And we're not seeking to allow consumers to get rich on this by any means. If you look at the amendment, it's very modest. If it were up to me and only me, I'd make it much greater. But I tried to do something that was reasonable, that would be fair to the providers, and that wouldn't be something that would be offensive to anyone in this body as far as the penalties that could be achieved if a consumer were to go down to magistrate court and file an action and seek $100 in a refund or up to $500 because they're not getting the service that they were promised by their internet provider. And it would also force internet providers to tell us exactly what we're getting. There's nothing in the code that forces them to do that, but we can fix that right now. We can give the Attorney General and consumers the tools that they need to hold these providers accountable. And so I urge adoption of this amendment. Thank you.
Question before the Senate is the adoption of the amendment to the amendment offered by the Senator from Ohio. Roll call has been demanded. Is demand sustained? The demand is sustained. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 14 yeas, 20 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. Less than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the amendment to the amendment rejected. Are there further amendments to the amendment?
No, sir.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on Government Organization. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill? As amended. I declare the I declare the amendment as amended adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Bill would be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2017, rewriting the criminal code. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the committee amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2017 is a 400-page rewrite of the entire criminal code, or at least Chapter 61 of the Code of this state, which arrived in the Senate on March 31st. It is and was the work product of some pretty dedicated members of the House of Delegates, to whom I'll give an immediate salute and credit. And the ones I know for sure, Delegate Brandon Steele was involved in it, former chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, John Schott, their staff, and there were other delegates, I think, that worked on it over the course of the whole year last year. During COVID, you know, while we didn't have formal interim meetings, they were working on that every week. And it represents a pretty monumental effort on their part. I think Delegate Steele understands that at this late date of the session, there's no way that it could be fully vetted in the Senate by any committee. And so the idea that we had, Mr. President, on the amendment reflects what I think is an appropriate thing to do with all that work, that considerable work is done by the House of Delegates. Last year in legislation, we created a state sentencing commission and charged it with a number of duties to study things, make recommendations to the legislature. So the powers and duties of the Sentencing Commission that we created last year are set forth in 15(9)(c) Section 3. And so in this bill now, what we'll do is add to that a directive to the Sentencing Commission to consider, but not be bound to adopt, the provisions of the second engrossment of the committee substitute for House Bill 2017 as passed by the House on March 31st, et cetera. We want to formally hand this off in a statutory way to the House of Delegates. To the Sentencing Commission. I'm certainly not adverse to working on it, Mr. President. If we have full interims this year, I know that there are discussions, I think, between the President and the Speaker about that possibility. It's a subject that's worthy of study, and I didn't want it to just die on the vine in the Senate Judiciary Committee without doing something to acknowledge the hard work that's already been done by the House of Delegates and the considerable effort that's already been made. And since last year we created a professional entity to study criminal sentencing, it seemed logical to me to ask that Sentencing Commission to examine the work of the House. I'd be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge adoption of the committee amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on the Judiciary. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2379, make criminal invasion of privacy a felony. Second reading of the bill.
Senior Senator for the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent for the bill to move to third with right to amend.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Okay. Engrossed Committee Substitute for House Bill 2507, remove the limitations on advertising and promotional activities by limited video lottery retailers. Second reading of the bill.
Senior Senator for the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent for the bill to advance to third with right to amend.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed House Bill 2730, relating to persons filing federal bankruptcy petition to exempt certain property of the estate. Second reading of the bill.
Senior Senator for the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent for the bill to advance to third with right to amend.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed Committee Substitute for House Bill 2773, permitting DNR to issue up to 100 permits for boats greater than 10 horsepower on Upper Mud River Lake. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2830, relating generally to sex trafficking. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Morgan. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the committee amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee amendment to House Bill 2830 is a strike and insert amendment for the entire bill. It's not significant in its scope and preserves the purpose of the bill, which is to make sure that we're going to mitigate the consequences, any legal consequences that would befall a juvenile who's in actuality a victim of sexual trafficking within the meaning of West Virginia Code's article on it. The strike and insert amendment amends sections in Chapter 49 of the Code and in Chapter 61. There's an amendment to, in Chapter 49, within the section that defines and talks about the custody of records of juveniles who become of age while being awarded the state. Some new language that says notwithstanding any other provision of the code, the records of a juvenile victim of sex trafficking, as defined in the code, may be accessible to the juvenile victim upon a written request to the circuit court. So that's new language in the law that would be inserted if the strike and insert amendment is adopted. There's language that says no minor may be prosecuted or held criminally liable for an offense of prostitution in violation of the subsection if the court determines that the minor is a victim of an offense under 6114. So that's sex trafficking, and that's further recognition that minors who are engaged in what might seem like prostitution activity are oftentimes engaged in that as a result of being enslaved or abused in a sex trafficking operation. There are changes in the offenses. So in West Virginia Code 6114-2, we say that there's anyone who knowingly and willfully aids or abets someone in the trafficking of a child. So that's a new criminal penalty on such a person. Same thing in subsection B of the same section. And the penalties are not changed. They're in current law, but they're stout. They're strong penalties, not less than 5 nor more than 20 years, up to $300,000 in fines and imprisonment. On the whole, Mr. President, the strike and insert amendment makes technical corrections to the House bill and improves the intent of the House bill. Urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on Judiciary. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2918 relating to Family Drug Treatment Court. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Development authorities to accept federally authorized reimbursement for services which the members rendered on a voluntary basis. Second reading of the bill.
Senior Senator from 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Here's none, so ordered.
Engrossed House Bill 3286, making a supplementary appropriation to the Division of Human Services, Child Care, and Development. Second reading. Engrossed House Bill 3288, supplementing and amending appropriations.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Logical and Economic Survey. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir. Reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 3292, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Resources, Division of Health. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed Committee Substitute for House Bill 3295, making a supplemental appropriation to the Division of Human Services and Division of Health Central Office. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 3297, making a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Veterans Assistance, Veterans Homes. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 3310, relating to the jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the...
The Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the committee amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? The chair hears none. Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee amendment is a strike and insert amendment to the entire bill, but it does very little in the way of changes. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not. I have a floor amendment after that. Excuse me. The committee amendment does rewrite the entire bill, but it does preserve the intention of the House. This bill comes to us from the House, and it authorizes net metering and third-party power payment agreements. So this is for a person who might want to install solar panels on a property that he or she owns or business owns, but doesn't have the means to purchase the panels, the infrastructure up front. This bill allows, for the first time, almost essentially similar to financing, a financing arrangement with a bank, but a third-party agreement, and it's defined in the bill as the purpose of the bill is helping electric retail customers invest in and install solar facilities. There are terms defined in the bill, but this would allow third-party contracts or agreements for somebody who wanted to do that. There are limitations. The PPA, which is a power purchase agreement, has to have a certain size font. And there is in the law, in the bill, if it's adopted, a cap related to the net metering, that it's a cap that already exists in the law, and that's limited to 3% of the utility's aggregate customer peak demand in the state from the previous year. Individual customer on-site generator limits, designing photovoltaic energy to meet the electrical needs of the premises of the retail electric customer, which in no case shall exceed 25 kilowatts for residential customers, 500 kilowatts for commercial customers, and 2,000 kilowatts for industrial customers. There are other restrictions. Then, this is very similar to, members may remember, to have looked at Senate Bill 30, which was introduced, I think it was 30 this year, which is in, I think remains in the possession of the Committee on Energy. Mr. President, I'll be happy to try to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge the adoption of the committee strike and insert amendment.
Clerk has an amendment to the amendment. Clerk
Senator Trump moved to amend the Judiciary Committee amendment on page 6, section 1, line 70, after the word bridges by inserting the words located more than 5 miles from a toll-free bridge which crosses the same body of water or obstacle.
Is there a discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment is intended just to resolve a code conflict. There's a section in this bill, in House Bill 3310, that also appears in House Bill 2969, which coincidentally, is also on third reading today. And so this amendment simply syncs the changes up from both bills to that particular section. I urge adoption of the floor amendment to the committee amendment.
Is there further discussion of the amendment to the amendment? If not, question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment to the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment to the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the amendment?
No, sir.
Question now is on adoption of the amendment. As amended, is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment as amended. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment to the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Joint Resolution 1, Education Accountability Amendment, second reading of the resolution.
Are there amendments to the resolution? Senior Senator for the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent for the resolution to advance to third with right to amend.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed House Joint Resolution 2, providing that courts have no authority or jurisdiction to intercede or intervene in or interfere with any impeachment proceedings of the House of Delegates or the Senate. Second reading of the resolution.
Are there Senior Senator from the 17th?
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent for the resolution to advance to third with right to amend.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. There you go.
Bills on first reading. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be considered read a first time and advanced to second read.
Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Joint Resolution 3, Property Tax Modernization Amendment, first reading of the resolution.
Resolution will be advanced to second reading. Further bills on first reading. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Subject to announcements, I move the Senate stand in recess till 5 p.m.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that pending announcements, Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m. Are there announcements? Senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on the Judiciary will meet today at 12:50 p.m. I will say 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock p.m. in the Judiciary Committee room in the West Wing, room 208.
Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Finance will meet today at 1 p.m. and 4:51 m.
Further announcements. Senator from Randolph.
Thank you, Mr. President. I need just 1 second to wait for our parliamentarian to make sure I get this properly done. But my purpose will be to reconsider my vote on House Bill 2000 or move to reconsider the vote on House Bill 2002, the Plymouth amendment or the Senator from Wayne's amendment. I would like to reconsider the vote on that. And so I need to find out exactly how I need to put that. And I think we may need to return to the fifth order, something like that.
Senator will be at ease. Senator from Randolph County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to withdraw the motion for now with the understanding that I'll move again after we return in the afternoon session.
Senator from Randolph County requests unanimous consent to withdraw his motion. Any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Introduction of guests. Remarks by members. Miscellaneous business. Question pending before the Senate is, shall the Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m.? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We're recessed until 5.
Hello, everyone. It's April the 7th, Wednesday. Regretfully, we have 26 additional deaths to announce. You know, on our report on Monday, one of the things on the report was we had a day where we went through 24 hours, we didn't have a death reported, which is a milestone in itself, you know, as it's gone the last few months here. I don't know if this is the fact that maybe some of the deaths that happened over the weekend and everything, we didn't get them in the Monday report, and they didn't get in the system, you know, to be able to get in that Monday report. Or it could very well be what we all know is happening across our nation. There's a little uptick in this thing. We don't want it to turn into a big uptick, but we all know that there is an uptick in this thing, and we've got to be careful. We just got to be cautious about what we do. This thing's not over. It's not over. We've lost 26 more great West Virginians, and I'm going to read them to you right now. Our 2,697th death is an 85-year-old female from Raleigh County. Our 2,698th death, a 57-year-old male from Wyoming County. Our 2,699th death, a 74-year-old male from Nicholas County. Our 2,700th death in West Virginia. It is just unfathomable to think that 2,700 West Virginians are now dead. In fact, 2,722 from this dreaded, dreaded killer. Our 2,700th death is a 78-year-old male from Barber County. Our 2,701st death, a 47-year-old male from Logan County. Our 2,702nd death is a 97-year-old female from Monroe County. Our 2,703rd death is an 82-year-old male from Wood County. Our 2,704th death is a 97-year-old female from Wood County. Our 2,705th death is a 77-year-old male from Logan County. Our 2,706th death is a 58-year-old female from Cabell County. Our 2,707th death is a 79-year-old male from Wayne County. Our 2,708th death is a 76-year-old male from Berkeley County. Our 2,709th death is an 81-year-old female from Cabell County. Our 2,710th death is an 88-year-old female from Putnam County. Our 2,711th death is a 62-year-old female from Mercer County. Our 2,712th death is a 71-year-old male from Cabell County. Our 2,713th death is an 81-year-old female from Kanawha County. Our 2,714th death is a 54-year-old male from Raleigh County. Our 2,715th death is an 86-year-old male from Wetzel County. Our 2,716th death is an 86-year-old female from Putnam County. Our 2,717th death is an 81-year-old male from Fayette County. Our 2,718th death is an 81-year-old female from Grant County. Our 2,719th death is an 82-year-old male from Monongahela County. Our 2,720th death is an 85-year-old male from Wetzel County. Our 2,721st death is an 85-year-old male from Jefferson County.
Our 2,722nd death is an 83-year-old female from Mercer County. Hoo-wee. Just think. The last 8 deaths, the ages were 86, 86, 81, 81, 82, 85, 85, 83. And we had some younger folks here, a 54-year-old, a 57-year-old, a 47-year-old, and a 58-year-old. If you are 65 years of age and older, and you don't get your vaccine, you're making a terrible mistake. A terrible, terrible mistake. No matter what anybody tells you, without any question, you are making a very bad mistake not taking your vaccine if you're 65 and older. I truly believe if you're of any age, 16 on up, you ought to be taking your vaccine. But to those folks that are 65 and older, for them not to take their vaccine is not smart. Please, 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 if you've not gotten your vaccine, call us, do anything in the world. We'll come running to try to get your vaccine as quickly as we possibly can. Please get your vaccine. 65 and older, you see, if you get this, you're in tough shape. That's all there is to it. If you get your vaccine, the likelihood of you getting this is diminished unbelievable. If you were to get it, which is highly unlikely, your being hospitalized has gone down phenomenally, and the possibility of death is almost zero. You have got to get your shot. Please listen to me. You've done really good. We're probably approaching 75%, but 25% of 360,000 is almost, probably really close. In fact, it is exactly 90,000 folks out there. 90,000 of you that are 60 and older. 90,000 of you have not had your shot yet. And really and truly, we have got to get you vaccinated. 364 new positives in the last 24 hours. We tested a lot. Our daily positivity rate, 3.76. That's good. Our cumulative is still falling. We're at 5.24 now. Our active cases, 6,897. They haven't changed much. Our recovered cases still continue to rise. They're 134,755. Now we have approaching 300 that are hospitalized, 271 to be exact, and 84 in the ICU units. We only have one county in the red, that's Berkeley now. Thank goodness Raleigh got out of the red and everything, but Berkeley, we need to get them now out of the red. The total map, the number of counties that are in the green is really substantial, and we're really, really thankful and proud of that. Again, if you have any symptom whatsoever and you're 65 years of age and older, please go get tested, please. And if by chance you were tested positive and everything, we can stop this thing with the antibodies. I got a big announcement right now and everything. I want to make this announcement right now, but today we're holding a formal groundbreaking ceremony for the Nitro St. Albans Bridge project and everything, which will replace the Interstate 64 bridge over the Kanawha River connecting Nitro and St. Albans. This Roads to Prosperity project will also widen Interstate 64 in Putnam County, from 4 to 6 lanes. Everywhere you look across this state, in all 55 counties, you see roads being fixed and all kinds of activity. You know, I've said it over and over. When we stepped up, 73% of the West Virginians in this state stepped up and said, we're with you, Governor. We want to go with the Roads to Prosperity thing. Absolutely, we don't believe we're going to have to pay any additional taxes, and you didn't. I promised you that, and you did not. By doing so, we created lots and lots and lots of jobs. Now, everybody's got to know our roads didn't get in this shape on my watch. They got in this shape because of decades of neglect, and absolutely, without any question, we're on our way to getting our roads in our state everywhere, and we're not going to quit until we qualify everywhere. Every single road in this state, we're after to try to make better, to fix, build new roads, new projects, and on and on. This over $1 billion worth of major infrastructure improvement projects through the Roads to Prosperity program have either now been completed to date or are currently underway. Now just think about it. Through all history in this state, the biggest road bond that we ever did in the state was $500 million. In the Roads to Prosperity program, we have now completed, or we are working on it, over $1 billion right now. And before it's over, we'll approach $3 billion. It is amazing. And that doesn't count. That doesn't count all the stuff that we're doing on all the repairs and fixing the slips and pulling the ditches and paving all over the place. That's not in all that. April is again Work Zone Awareness Month. And I urge all the drivers that are out there. I know you get a little impatient. I know the roads, you know, there's orange cones all over the place and everything else. But please understand, we have construction workers all over the place. And in a lot of places, they're like ants. They're running everywhere. And they try to be just as careful as they can be, but they depend on you. They depend on you, our drivers, to be observant on the great job that they're doing every day. So really watch, really slow down, and really be careful in all those work zones. So look after the people that are looking after us. You know, vaccines again, I'm back to that, they're available to everybody 16 and above. We're still prioritizing the elderly in every way. The vaccine distribution update, we're 96% of the administration rate, first and second doses. Goal is always to get 100%. Now get this number. Now that we've gotten additional information, from the pharmacies or the federal program or whatever it may be, get this, we have now put into arms doses of 892,596 West Virginians. Heaven forbid. It is unbelievable the number of shots we've given. We have administered on first doses 532,890, and on second doses a little over 359,000, for a total a little over 892,000. And great work by lots and lots and lots of people. Now I'm going to shoot a shot back across West Virginia's bow and just think just a second about this. In the state of West Virginia, there's 1,700,000 and some people. We now have put shots in arms for the first time, 532,000 people. We're just slightly over the people that are eligible, 16 and above. I would say we are slightly over a third of our people right now. We want to stop this thing. Stone cold stop this thing. We have got to set a sight on probably 70% of our folks. Now, Dr. Marsh and everybody, all the medical team all across the board is saying we've got to watch our younger people from the standpoint not necessarily death, but from the standpoint of transmission. And as they transmit the disease, they may not get terribly sick themselves, but as they transmit this disease, we still got 90,000 folks out there that don't have the vaccine, that are 65 years of age and older. Some of them are going to get it, and some of them will die. We've got to some way realize that our young people have got to get vaccinated too. If we're a third of the way home and we need to get to 70%, we've got a long way to go, and we've got to bear down. Our younger people got to step up. All of us have got to step up, and we've got to continue to stay at this. From the Saving Our Wisdom number, you know, which I love to talk about more than anything because we've gotten 242,204 individuals, 65 and older, that have got shots in arms right now. And that's with the Federal Pharmacy Partnership and Walgreens and the Veterans Administration and all that we're doing. We are over 75% of those folks right now. My goal is 85%. My goal really is 100%, but I'll take 85. I'll be really happy with 85, and we can get there. So if you're over 65 and you're still waiting, call that number right there. Call that number, and we'll get somebody running to you. Okay, on the manufacturing outreach, you know, again, our joint interagency task force continues to reach out to manufacturers and businesses and churches and all those to say, we'll set up a clinic, we'll come to you, we'll set up a clinic, we'll vaccinate your workers, we'll vaccinate your congregation, we'll vaccinate if you'll just give us a call. That's your number. Give us a call. General Hoyer is standing ready. And he said on Monday that we'll offer vaccine clinics to our churches, and if there's a church pastor out there, come on, help us. Help us get there. You're going to save lives. Our COVID-19 vaccine info line is up there, vaccine reminders. Crying out loud, you're not going to grow antlers by taking this vaccine. Don't listen to all the crazy stuff. Just get your shot. Last thing I'd say, I'm not saying this to dwell on the tough or the bad or whatever, but look, we all know all the horror stories about all the deaths. We all know that this disease basically takes your breath away. And as you lie there, gasping for breath, and your loved ones can't even be with you, I don't know how it gets any worse. Please, if you're 65 plus, please call us. Please, some way, somehow, get your vaccine. All of our free testing's up. It's free. If you have any symptoms, anything, any anxiety, go get tested. You know, the drive-through pharmacy testing, again, I thank Frith and Walgreens over and over. Long-term care facility outbreaks, now we're up to 8. We have 8 outbreaks in our churches in 6 counties. That's Fayette, Grant, Harrison, Kanawha, Nicholas, and Raleigh counties. We got to bear down. Church community, come on, step up, bear down just a little bit here. And where you could really step up and bear down more than anything is have your pastor call and say, we're going to call our congregation in at a certain time. We're going to be there. We're going to vaccinate all those that want to get vaccinated. And that's what we really need. Just help us a little bit there. From a corrections update, we have 73 inmate cases now and 11 staff, 24 at the Southern Regional Jail, 23 at South Central Regional, and 23 at Salem Correctional. All the guidelines on your mask, and I've said it 1,000 times, you know, I'm surely not, I don't like it, but I know it saves all kinds of lives. Just hang with us and let's not be crazy just for a little while. A little while. We're really close. Let us just vaccinate more and more and more, and we'll be there. As a reminder, it is mandatory that you wear this in public buildings at all. Still try to go some. On top of all that, you know, we've been really, really busy and doing all the stuff we do each and every day. But, you know, this is a really different looking trout. It is a trout that is a cross between a brook trout and a brown trout. You know, they're very aggressive in the stream, you know, from the standpoint that they normally bite very, very, you know, now they won't bite you, but they normally are pretty aggressive, and you can catch them easier, a little bit easier, and we're going to be stocking them in lakes and streams all around our state for the first time in decades. This is just the latest example of the unique world-class fishing opportunities we're providing in West Virginia for anglers from you know, within our great state, and all those that come into this great state. You know, I've probably been in more trout streams than you could possibly imagine in the state of West Virginia, and I encourage all West Virginians to go do so, as well as all those that are visiting our state. Right now is absolutely the time to go. We're through the months of April and May. We're going to be stocking 25,000 tiger trout amongst all the other fish that we stock, and some of them are going to be trophy size, 4-pounders. So that is really, really something. And they'll be stocked with the other trout species at a rate of 10% of the scheduled stockings. So we're just going to blend them in with the other trout and everything that we're stocking, and just make sure that you got your hunting or your fishing license, and get out and enjoy this incredible weather and the absolutely just beautiful, beautiful. I mean, this state, you know, like I said over and over, I've had the good fortune of doing good in business and everything, and surely my family taught me to really work. That's all there is to it. Work. And be very thankful for your blessings. Now, there's surely tough times and everything, but along that way, with that incredible blessing, I could have gone probably anywhere. I could have gone anywhere in the world and fished, or I could have gone anywhere in the world and hunted. I really never wanted to go. I really never, ever went. All I really wanted to do primarily was just fish and hunt in this great state. And the reason I wanted to do that, because there isn't any place any more beautiful. Absolutely, take my words. Get out on a trout stream in West Virginia, or get out after a spring turkey in the great mountains of West Virginia, and you absolutely will experience something like you have never experienced ever. It's really wonderful stuff. It'll really, really help your soul. So that's all I got today. Thank y'all.
All right, thank you, Governor. Let's now go to Dr. Clay Marsh, our coronavirus czar.
Well, good morning. And to reinforce what the governor has said, I think those of us who spend time at the medical side and at the science side see the COVID-19 pandemic really transitioning in many ways. And I think because of these transitions, it opens up new challenges to us in West Virginia, as well as us as citizens of the United States of America and global citizens. So as the governor said, we are seeing a rapid increase in some states, particularly states like Michigan and Minnesota, as well as Florida, with the variant virus, the United Kingdom, the B.1.1.7 virus. And as a really quick reminder, although we've said this several times now, The concern about this particular virus is it is more infectious, about 50% more likely to spread than the virus that started in China and ended up coming to the United States through the West Coast, through Washington State and California. And it's also about 50% more lethal. And that's really important because what it says to us in West Virginia as the most highly vulnerable population, as initially reviewed by the Kaiser Family Foundations, is that we're not out of the woods yet. As the governor pointed out, we've seen a number of deaths over the last, since the last press brief. And as we look at the age of people who are dying, we still see our most vulnerable part of our population, our elders, as the majority of the people dying. We know that as we go forward, we really aggressively need to continue to focus on these populations because we know to save lives and reduce hospitalizations, that's a really key group. And as the governor said, people that are vaccinated are very well protected against the most severe complications of COVID-19. But it only works if we're able to get people vaccinated. And as we look at the B.1.1.7 or the United Kingdom variant that is starting to come into West Virginia, we've seen a steady increase in the number of cases that have been caused by this United Kingdom variant in West Virginia. And although still certainly not at the level of Michigan or other states where we see more explosive growth here, we do understand that if we don't act quickly and act aggressively, that could also be our future. And that would be very concerning because it's very likely we would see a fairly significant increase in both the number of people getting infected, but also the number of people dying. We know this variant is starting to infect younger people, and some younger people are getting sick. We've talked about the really substantial increases in the number of hospitalizations of people 30 to 40 and 40 to 50 in states like Michigan. And there was a report in the Washington Post about a series of outbreaks in Minnesota related to extracurricular activity sports teams, where 187 people were infected with the United Kingdom variant, and a number of people died. And what they noticed about this variant in those cases is instead of having super spreaders, which is the thing that we worried about earlier, single people that infected a lot of people, there was very consistent transmission back and forth, spread between a lot of the people that were infected in this outbreak and others, including family members, et cetera. So as we very aggressively try to reduce the spread of COVID-19 in West Virginia, and particularly this variant, it becomes really important for us to test and identify people that are infected and do that really good contact isolation. For all of us to continue to wear masks and stay physically distanced when we're out among other people that are not totally vaccinated, fully vaccinated, and who we don't live with all the time. And most importantly, it is really critical for all of us as West Virginians to choose to get vaccinated, because the way that we protect ourselves from complications, death, spreading to other people is being vaccinated. And right now, as the governor said, about 33 to 35% of our state is vaccinated with at least first doses. We know from the United Kingdom, 50% is the level in which we start to see a lot more protection for the entire population, which would be 15% more. And as we look at Israel, about 66% of their population has been immunized with at least one vaccine, which they have done very well and opened very broadly, even with the United Kingdom variant. And then we know that, when we seek herd immunity, whether that's even possible at this point, but that's 75 to 85% of people vaccinated. So for West Virginia, we've done really well, but we're being challenged once again. And we, as a leadership team, and certainly under the governor's leadership, are calling on all West Virginians to please don't let your guard down right now. This is a critical time for us in our state. These vaccines are amazingly effective. They're amazingly safe. They don't cause sterility. They don't keep people from getting pregnant. They don't cause disease. The side effects are really very mild. the benefits are tremendous. So for all of us on the call, we have gotten vaccinated fully. We have our families get vaccinated fully as soon as they are eligible to do so. So we trust this vaccine with the people we love the most. Please do the same for you and your family, because it's only together that we are going to continue to be a beacon for others. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marsh. Next, we'll go to retired Major General Jim Hoyer, the Director of the Joint Interagency Task Force.
Good morning. Just like to reinforce and highlight a couple of things that the governor and Dr. Marsh just pointed out. We are clear in our efforts in the interagency task force that the governor has given us, and we've got, I tell them, 3 primary missions: vaccinate, vaccinate, vaccinate. And we, as the governor pointed out, we are prepared to work with any business, with any church, with any other organization out there that wants to work to coordinate to host an event. We are having a lot of success with our businesses in manufacturing and retail, working events to vaccinate not just the employees, but also family members. We want to do the same thing with our churches. We have some additional initiatives coming up next week. All of our federally qualified health clinics will now be available to provide vaccines. We know they represent about 400,000 of our most vulnerable West Virginians with healthcare support. We've got some initiatives that will continue to grow with VOAD, volunteer organizations active in disasters, and working with our food banks to work to deliver vaccines during food bank and food pantry events. A lot of additional things that we want to do. And again, the objective, as the governor pointed out, 85% of our population over 65, then 85% of our population over 50. But we know we have to get to the broader West Virginia population to make this effective for us and get back to even more normalcy going forward. In addition to that, we are working aggressively this week with the Center for Disease Control and the COVID staff within the White House to refine data and to get more data from those federal programs, such as the federal pharmacy programs, the VA and others, to get a full and complete picture of where we need to go with our objectives that the governor's laid out for us. So again, it's about vaccinate, 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 while we still stay focused on our masks and the things that we need to do to protect West Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Ryan Amjad, our State Health Officer, and Secretary Bill Crouch with the DHHR are also joining us today and are available for questions. We'll now go to questions from members of the media. The first today from Mark Curtis with Nexstar Media.
Good morning, Governor and cabinet members and press members. I'd like to drill down a little bit more on these variants. Do we have a solid or approximate number of how many variants have been detected here in West Virginia? Is there a pattern? Are we seeing anything from contact tracing that this is primarily younger people? And what are your concerns with college students that didn't take the advice and kind of went on a spring break to Florida anyway? We had a lot of travel over Easter as well. When might we be getting a firmer idea of how serious the variant problem is in the state?
Dr. Amjad, why don't you try this a second, please?
Yes, Governor. So, Mark, we are tracking those numbers, and right now we have 2 main variants here in West Virginia. We have the UK variant, or the B117. We have about 142 cases here right now. We also have the California variant, and I believe our last count is about either around 160 something cases in West Virginia right now. We have the UK variant in about 19 counties. Most of those are in our border counties. The top 3 counties are Berkeley, Mon County, and Ohio County. As far as the age group goes, as you're asking, it is in our younger age group population. Anywhere from 19 through 40-year-olds are our main age groups that we're seeing it. So as Dr. Marsh mentioned, it is something that we're concerned about in our younger population. That is also our more, I would say, our social population that we're seeing in, which is also why we're encouraging that younger ages to get vaccinated, as well as also to continue social distancing and wearing the masks. I'm not sure what your second question was to that, but that's the basic idea on that. We are, also continuing to sequence any cases that we see that are suspicious of any clustering or any events like that, but we are monitoring those continuously throughout. But thanks.
All right, thank you, Mark. Next to Charles Young with WV News.
Hi, this is Charles Young with WV News. Governor, I wanted to ask a little bit about, the tax plans. The Senate is going to take up their version here later this afternoon. Speaker Hanshaw yesterday said he was doubtful that it could get done by the end of the session. Could you talk just a little bit about your perspective on the negotiations and everything that's happened since the summit on Monday? Thank you, sir.
Well, Charles, I'm very pleased with what we've gotten done thus far. I think in the Senate, there's still a few little probably rough edges. I've surely put a stake in the sand that said that I cannot be for any level of food tax, because I truly believe that that's going to hurt our people that need us the most, and we don't need to do it, but from a standpoint, we really want to have economic development, do we not? We want to perpetuate our tourism, do we not? I mean, tourism is booming in the state, or at least, and I tell Chelsea all the time, we have really got it going, but honestly, the sky's the limit. I mean, tourism could absolutely take us to levels like we can't imagine. And right now, all we are is the parsley around the sides of the plate. We haven't really gotten to the meat and potatoes on the plate, absolutely. But getting to the parsley is an accomplishment like we can't possibly imagine. We had to put real dollars in tourism. We had to put in a commitment in tourism, and they have returned those dollars over and over and over to the state. So, incredible investment, But there's, I commend the Senate in so many ways from the standpoint of, I think where we're going to land is, I hope we're going to bring in the things that protect those in the lower wage levels, because we don't have to hurt those people, and I hope we're going to bring in things that are going to bring us more and more jobs, like the Schedule Cs and all those folks, because we can do that. And I really am hopeful that the Coal Association and the gas people are going to join us in this effort and step up. And so I'm really hopeful for some significant modifications to a plan from the Senate side that they stepped up and said they want to go big too, and I love that. And I love the fact that they stepped up and said, and from our business communities, our sub-S's, our Schedule C's, our sole proprietorships, we want to help them too. So I'm really thankful to the Senate, for the great work that, President Blair and Chairman Tarr have done. They've done incredible, and all those that are up there in the Senate that are working hard. I think we'll end up, if we do this in a way where we just don't hurt people that are the lower income wage earners, and we don't have to do that. We can absolutely do this and put money in everybody's pocket. We can do the cash rebates to the people that are really struggling the most, $35,000 and down, and it increases as the further you go down. Like the 10,000 people, the people with 10,000, make 10,000 or less, they'd get a $350 rebate check. Probably get it over, each quarter they would get a percentage of that, But we can do this, Charles, and it truly will be the answer to our growth in West Virginia. It'll be the answer to stimulating our own businesses and helping us on a long-term basis, because the stimulus money from COVID will wear out and it'll go away. And the COVID situation, I hope and pray with all my soul, will go away. but this will continue to perpetuate and stimulate our small businesses in this state off the chart. Now, the unfortunate thing we got to watch, and I've said it over and over, and I know it's a long answer, but it's ever so true because it's the most important thing that we could possibly be doing in this state. We can do all the other stuff. We can address social issues or whatever it may be. We can do all the other stuff, but we know every day we awaken in West Virginia and more people leave. Our population's going down. It's just absolutely going down. We got to do something. If we want to help our schools and our roads and all of our people and small businesses, everybody on a long-term basis, we got to do something. And we got to do it right now, in my opinion. And we got a real chance. Now, I think it's really unfortunate that the House maybe has their, minds closed and everything, and they're not thinking as progressively or open-mindedly, but I am really hopeful that they'll take a really good look at this and everything once it comes out. And like I said, the only thing I've said, and I've made it just as clear as I can possibly make it, I cannot be, even though as badly as I know that, an income tax plan of getting rid of the income tax in West Virginia is so important. I cannot be for something that's going to hurt the folks that need us the most. And so, I think we've made great progress, and I think our summit was great, and I really appreciated all those from the House and the Senate side that were involved, and I think we did. I think we did some really good work there. I hope everybody can totally understand. I have been so flexible; it's off the chart, and so I've, as far as this tiering, let me tell you on just one thing on the coal side, I have been in the total auction by myself, but I have gone down and down and down and down 4 different times. And with all that, there are folks that are really stepping up. I give them all the credit in the world. Joe Kraft at Alliance stepped up and said, we're in, from the standpoint of and I don't know the Murray people, but Dennis Watson is the head guy, and he said, and they're not called Murray now, it's a new name and everything, but I don't know exactly what that name is, said we're in, and I would just say this, Charles, and here is the most impactful thing of all. Do you realize how much credit those people deserve from their own employees? Think about this. They have thousands and thousands and thousands of employees. And most all those employees are making a really, really great wage. Do you know every single one of those employees, if this thing goes through, should go back and thank those 2 people that I mentioned right there. And the reason they should thank them is this. They're going to get an instant pay raise. They're going to get a significant pay raise. That's all there is to it. And we, as a state, are going to send them the money back. They're going to get an instant pay raise if this thing goes through. And, for those that are standing on the sidelines and don't want to do it, those employees should know, too, that whomever their employers were, they didn't stand with the employees. And so there's lots and lots and lots going on. We're still working it as hard as we possibly can. From the standpoint of the potential need of a special session, hope and pray we don't have to go there and everything. And, but we've made a lot of progress, and it's a big, 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 big item and everything. But it's taken a lot of work and a lot of effort. I'll promise you everybody here is tired, but I've always said, and my dad has taught me this through and through, don't confuse effort with accomplishment, sports fans. Don't confuse effort with accomplishment. Just because we say we tried real hard, that doesn't mean squat. I am all about one thing, accomplishment. That's just all there is to it. I love it when we try real hard. It's important. But at the end of the day, You know, I'm not looking for a gold star for perfect attendance. I'm looking for achievement. That's all there is to it. Achievement. That's how I was raised, and that's all I'm interested in. Anyway, thank you much, Charles. Sorry it took so long.
All right, thanks, Charles. Next to Kenny Bass with WCHS and Fox 11.
Hi, this is Kenny Bass with Channel 8 and Fox 11. The governor mentioned, as he usually does, the outbreaks. We've got several in churches, I think 8 churches in 6 counties. Since live singing was allowed to come back into West Virginia, I've had questions from a couple of different sectors that they wanted me to address to Dr. Marsh, if you could give them some guidelines. One is from churches themselves about singing in choirs or having praise bands. What kind of guidelines would you give churches that would have either select singers or choirs, and of course the congregation now singing, because we all know how much COVID can spread in the church? Can you give them some guidelines? And also from show choir people in high schools, they've contacted me and asked about show choirs. They said that they're allowed to do it or not. They had some discrepancies between show choirs and bands. Some were allowed to participate, some were not allowed to practice. If a show choir is up and running, how would you counsel them, those faculty members, those students, to be safe while we're all enjoying live music? Thank you.
Dr. Marsh, before you go, let me say one thing. And Kenny, great questions, but just stay with me just 1 second. We're going to continue to give you recommendations on how we can have live singing, how we can do this and that, how we can, go out of our houses, how we can, do whatever it may be. We're going to continue to always give you updates and guidelines and recommendations and everything else. But when are we going to realize? When are we going to realize without any question the bridge that we worked so hard to get to? The bridge was the vaccine. When are we going to realize without any question our answer to this problem is vaccinate, vaccinate, vaccinate? And all of us have got to get on board. All of us have got to get on board to do just that. Dr. Marsh, you take over from there.
Well, thank you, Governor, and thank you, Kenny. So the governor is really, I think, given the answer that I would give as well, is that we know until people are vaccinated and 2 weeks out from their final dose of the vaccine, which would be, 2 weeks post 28 days for the Moderna shot, 2 weeks post 21 days separation for the 2 Pfizer shots, and 2 weeks after the Johnson & Johnson dose, that we would not consider those folks to be immune. We know these vaccines are not only really great against protecting people from getting COVID-19, but also seem to be really great against having people spread COVID-19. So I would say, Kenny, for churches, for show choirs, and we've had some extensive conversations with Randall Reed Smith about some of the high school competitions. We would suggest to try to minimize those events, particularly indoors. Outdoors is safer. As we talked about with the spread of the United Kingdom variant, the B.1.1.7, and Dr. Amjad did a great job outlining the numbers of cases that we've seen, but understand that it's likely that we are still fairly substantially underrepresenting the true number of viruses that infections that are caused by B.1.1.7, because we're not able to sequence every positive test, but we're moving toward the hope that we can do a much more extensive job of that, and we've gotten the capabilities to do that. So I think people should be very careful. We should minimize singing in churches, in choirs, in any indoor venues when other people are there. If we're going to sing, we should be outside with good spacing. And I think that the real key is that if people get vaccinated, then it will be much safer for people who are doing the singing not to spread the virus, including the variant virus and the UK variant. And it'll be much safer for the people who are in the audience. So vaccination is the key element for us to really get to the point where we can safely get back to these types of activities.
All right, thank you, Kenny. Next, we'll go to Mark Cram with WDVM.
Well, good morning to all, and Governor, thank you for your kind comments on Monday. As I mentioned before, my questions are always crafted from inquiries I get from our viewers. Last evening, I received a question from a Berkeley County woman, and perhaps this question has been addressed before. She says her husband is 91 years old and homebound, and she would like to convey special needs or communicate special needs to the health department. What is the best way for individuals who may have special needs situations to reach out and convey that information? Thank you.
Mark, are you asking special needs from the standpoint of wanting to get vaccinated and they're homebound, or?
Yeah, she is interested in getting both the vaccine for both her husband and herself, but she says basically her husband is homebound.
Mark, first of all, I love it that she's called you or just called somebody and somebody's told us. But General, you take over from there and let's get these people vaccinated. But take over, General.
Yes, sir. Mark, two things. One, in general, folks in that circumstance, if they will call the hotline and let them know that they have that specific circumstance, the hotline then forwards that to the interagency task force. They work with the local health departments and other assets to make sure those get done. We are doing those daily. In the meantime, for this particular case, you got my phone number. Send me a text with the information, and I'll get it directly to the task force folks, and we'll get them taken care of.
All right, thank you, Mark. Next to Brendan Tierney with WSAZ.
Hi, Brendan Tierney here with WSAZ News Channel 3. We're talking about it being another month or two until there's enough vaccine supply to get everyone vaccinated across the state, especially those younger people that we're seeing the increased cases with here that Dr. Marsh has been talking about with these new variants. So I was wondering, Governor, if you've considered bringing back any restrictions possibly on school sports or extracurricular activities, which have led to a number of different outbreaks. And if not, what guidelines people should be following to help crack down on that spread of the virus?
Brendan, I don't see any need in doing that at this time. I know that every time we do anything, there's some level of additional risk. I mean, we can bubble wrap all of ourselves and probably we'd be a little bit safer, if not a lot safer. We're not going to bubble wrap ourselves. We're not going to absolutely shut down our economy. I think, as far as, our extracurricular activities, I know from the standpoint of being a coach, when I walk in a gymnasium, it is amazing. It is amazing the fact that all the staff that is, at the host school, how they're making sure people are spaced out and people have masks on, and it's not perfect, but it's really good, and so I know everybody's aware and everybody's trying, but right now, I would tell you without any question, we've got to go on about our lives and we've got to learn to live with this thing, and we just got to encourage more and more and more people to get out and get the shots and get vaccinated.
All right, thank you, Brendan. Next, we'll go to Paul Mullen with WCBC.
Good morning, Governor. Good morning, panel and fellow journalists. I'm trying to wrap my head around the virus and how it is now through variants attacking a younger age group, and wanted to know, and I think Dr. Amjad mentioned that there were some outbreaks in schools that we had reported recently. Are you looking at the schools differently now, or are you looking at the same metrics as you judge whether to take additional measures?
Well, let me say just one thing real quick. And this kind of follow up between Brendan and yourself both, but you know, we want to always watch. We're watching nonstop everything, and especially our medical experts are watching everything all the time. You know, there may very well be a situation, I mean, where our situations come up that we got to change, and we will change, you know, but maybe Dr. Marsh, you can take it from there.
Well, thank you, Governor, and thank you, Paul. The governor is absolutely correct. You know, one of the reasons why we've been so focused at trying to open up shots and shot clinics and opportunities with the West Virginia Department of Education and the county superintendents is because we think that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And so doing these immunization clinics and targeting our younger people in that 16 to 18-year-old range with the Pfizer vaccine, which is the only one approved for vaccination, and our West Virginia population over 18 years old with any one of the 3 vaccines is very, very critical for us. And we know that, as we've talked about, that a number of these cases are coming in environments where people aren't able to wear masks so consistently or distance. So therefore, we really do want to target our student athletes in our early phase, and we hope that them and their families who haven't been vaccinated do choose to get vaccinated. These vaccines are really effective and very safe. And then we want to move that, you know, through our higher education organizations, our universities and colleges, which we're doing through the Higher Education Policy Commission, and then to younger West Virginians who are still part of that spread. The key for us, Paul, as we look very closely, is we still are not seeing in-classroom spread when we're doing all the appropriate mitigation measures and people are maintaining that vital distance and the discipline to do that. So if we would start to see that happen, then of course we would work as a team and the governor would make the best decision for the state of West Virginia. But we also know that not having kids in person in school has huge numbers of issues, including people getting left behind, failing key courses, not going to college. And those things have great impact, not just on their, you know, life earning capacity and our educational, you know, abilities in the state, but also on people's lifespan. So we know it's really critical to have people in class and do it safely, which is what we're trying to do by really targeting vaccinations at this part of our population and their families. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Paul. Next to June Leffler with West Virginia Public Broadcasting.
Hello, Governor and panel. My question also follows up on vaccinations and school-age kids. So I was talking to the state deputy superintendent for the Department of Education, and she said, you know, as vaccinations continue in high schools, that a benchmark they have right now is 25%. And you know, she got that number from, I'm presuming from either Dr. Marsh or someone in your realm. Can you just tell me a little bit more about, you know, in this race that we're in to vaccinate people, you know, what are the benchmarks we have for our younger folks and, you know, where those are and why they are. So this 25%, you know, could you explain a little bit more about that and just any other benchmarks we've got for younger folks?
June, let me just take the question and everything, and I you know, appreciate your question. 25% is not good enough, June. That's just all there is to it. You know, the messaging, I mean, kids think they're invincible, and we all know that, and we all probably thought that, you know, but 25% is not good enough. And we need to market this situation to our kids, to our parents and everything, that, you know, that this is incredibly safe to our children. And absolutely, there are ramifications and side effects, not from the vaccine so much at all, but from the standpoint of, even if you get this, you don't get terribly sick, You know, there's all kinds of possibilities from long-term heart issues or whatever it may be, and we absolutely need to get our kids vaccinated. They transmit like crazy and everything. We know that. That's a problem with our elderly and everything. More a problem with our elderly, but we really don't know the long-term effects of having this and you know, what it can do to us as far as our heart or whatever it may be. And I'm not trying to play doctor here, but 25% is not good enough, June. We got to continue to market and continue to work on that, and we're going to do just that.
All right, thanks, June. Governor, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, let me think if I've got anything else that I've written down. I really don't have anything else, you know. All I would say is just this. From 100,000 feet, we have 2,722 deaths now in West Virginia. All indications are there's a little teeny uptick. You know, all across our nation, in areas, there's a significant uptick. From the variant, you know, the UK variant, we know from our super experts that it is twice as infectious and twice as deadly. We know we've got a third of our people vaccinated in West Virginia. Now, there's a little bit of an uptick. We know the variant that is causing the problem is twice as infectious and twice as deadly. There's a little bit of an uptick. We know we've got a third of us vaccinated. And we're sitting here right now. Jim Justice is sitting here right now. A great, great big cheerleader. And he's saying, we got to get vaccinated. We got to get vaccinated. We're on the cusp of stopping this thing, shutting it down. We know we got to uptick a little bit, and we absolutely know without any doubt that a third of us are vaccinated. We know if you get this, it's twice as infectious, the variant is twice as infectious and twice as deadly. Come on. Come on, West Virginia. You've been superstars. You've been superstars for a year. I know you're tired. I know that. I am too. But we don't rest until it's over, do we, West Virginia? Come on, just help me. Help me like you helped me with the census. I mean, think about it. We all got counted. It will be long-term additional dollars in services to the state of West Virginia forever. You did it, West Virginia. You've been the one that have kept their deaths down. You've been the one all along, West Virginia, West Virginia, West Virginia. We do a lot of things in threes around here, don't we? We triple the triple. We go age, age, age. Now we're going vaccinate, vaccinate, vaccinate. I've said drainage, drainage, drainage on our roads. Absolutely, West Virginia. Now come on, help me. Help me. Be community leaders. Be street leaders. Absolutely help me get our people vaccinated. We got the shots now. We're pleading with you over and over and over. Give us an arm to put a shot in. I got to have you, West Virginia, again. You've been great. Now, come on, let's do it. Thank you so much.
The House will please be in order. Those persons not having privilege of the floor will please vacate the chamber. Members and guests in the galleries will please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by the gentleman in the 42nd, Doug Bruce.
Father God, we thank you for this day. And Lord, I just ask that you would give this assembly wisdom and discernment in the decisions that we face and we address today. I pray that you watch over our families and in our absence, Lord. And Lord, I just pray for the President of the United States, the Congress, that you'll give them wisdom and discernment. And Lord, I just thank you for this day, and whatever we do and say would be pleasing to you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Members and guests will please remain standing as we are led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the gentleman in the 14th, Doug Walmsley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests may be seated. Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Tuesday, April 6, 2021.
Gentleman to 58th, Delegate Miller.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further of the reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be proven as having been read.
Gentleman to 58th, ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read. Are there objections? There are no objections. Lady from the 49th for a calendar update.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On third reading, special calendar, committee substitute for Senate Bill 562 has been transferred to the House calendar. Second reading special calendar, committee substitute for Senate Bill 34, 314, 368, and Senate Bill 718 have been transferred to the House calendar. On second reading, House calendar, committee substitute for Senate Bill 636 has been transferred to the special calendar.
Introductions, Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our doctor of the day is Dr. Mary Ann Maurer of Charleston. If the House would make the doctor welcome.
Reports to standing committees.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 464 requiring composting of organic materials and commercial composting products comply with West Virginia fertilizer law. And it reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass.
The report to be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Are there objections? There are no objections. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 464 requiring composting of organic materials and commercial composting products comply with West Virginia fertilizer law.
Bill will be advanced to second reading. Next report from standing committees.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 334 establishing license application process for needle exchange programs. Reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended.
The report to be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Are there objections? No objections are heard. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 334 establishing license application process for needle exchange programs.
Bill will be advanced to second reading. Are there further reports of standing committees? If not, reports of select committees. Messages from the executive. Message from the Senate.
The Senate has passed with amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2093 relating to exemptions for the United States Department of Veterans Affairs medical foster homes.
The message will be received. Lady to the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to allow West Virginia veterans to utilize the services of medical foster homes approved by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, and to exempt medical foster home caregivers from duplicative background examinations required of the West Virginia CARES program. The Senate amendment fixes a drafting mistake by updating 16-49-1 to its most recent version adopted last year. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur with the Senate amendment.
The question is on the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendments to the committee substitute for House Bill 2093. Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The question now before the House is the passage of the bill. Is there debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2093 relating to exemptions for the United States Department of Veterans Affairs medical foster homes.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed with amendment and a title amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2770, including home confinement officers in definition of law enforcement officers.
The message will be received. Lady in the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill was to designate home confinement officers as members of law enforcement and to authorize home confinement officers to carry concealed firearms under LEOSA. The Senate made changes to include parole and probation officers in this bill. However, the Senate amendment and title amendment need technical corrections. Most pertinently, the House version required LEPS training for those persons serving in those capacities who wish to qualify for LEOSA, as without such training, these provisions would be void. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in the Senate amendment and Senate title amendment with further title amendment.
Is the motion with further amendment and title amendment?
With further amendment and further title amendment.
Very good. The question before the House is the lady's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment with further amendment and further title amendment. Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 100 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2770, including home confinement officers and definition of law enforcement officers.
Title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed with amendment and a title amendment House Bill 3175, relating to removing certain felonies that can prohibit vehicle salespersons from receiving a license.
The message will be received. Lady in the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to remove certain felonies that can prohibit vehicle salespersons from receiving a license to sell motor vehicles. The Senate amended the bill to abolish the entire motor vehicle salesperson's license requirement. The Senate action is consistent with the House position on deregulation and abolition of non-essential licensure. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in Senate amendment and Senate title amendment.
Questions on the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment. Is there debate on the motion? If not, the question is on adoption of the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment. Those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 92 ayes, 8 noes, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3175, relating to removing certain felonies that can prohibit vehicle salespersons from receiving a license.
Are there further title amendments? If not, the title as read by the House or by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady for 32nd.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be made effective from passage.
The question is on the lady's motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 94 ayes, 6 noes, and 0 members absent. 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed with amendment House Bill 3191, requiring employers to send certain notifications when retirements are hired as temporary part-time employees.
The message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill was to require employers to send certain notifications when retirements are hired as temporary part-time employees. The Senate amendment to House Bill 3191 requires the employer to notify the CPRB as well as the retirant as the original bill requires, if and when the retirant's new employment may negatively impact the retirant's retired status or benefits in writing. In addition, the Senate amendment requires the employer to notify the CPRB of the retirant's subsequent employment in writing. The Senate amendment does no harm to the original intent of the bill, which was to make sure everyone understands when or if a retirant's reemployment by a public employer will negatively impact the retirant's retired status or benefit. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur with the Senate amendment.
The question before the House is the motion by the lady from the 49th that the House concur in the Senate amendment to House Bill 3191. Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3191, requiring employers to send certain notifications when retirements are hired as temporary part-time employees.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Senate has concurred in the House amendments with further amendment and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 375 relating to county boards of education policies for open enrollment.
The message will be received. Lady from the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill makes several changes with respect to state resident students who transfer to the schools of another county than the one they live in. These changes are requiring county board policies to clearly outline the application process, providing an open enrollment application can only be denied due to lack of grade level capacity or failure to fill out or submit the application correctly. Application denials must be in writing, including the reason for the denial, and provide information on appealing the denial to the state superintendent. Finally, the bill clarifies the process for adjusting the state aid between the two counties when a student transfer occurs after the second month net enrollment count is taken. The House amended the bill to prohibit a county from refusing a transfer by virtue of the student transferring from an approved private, parochial, church, or religious school. The Senate was concerned that this amendment might be construed as giving these students a preference and added a proviso stating that nothing in the paragraph shall be construed to allow counties to give these students an enrollment preference. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment.
The question before the House is the motion by the lady from the 32nd that the House concur in the Senate amendments. Is there debate on the motion? If there's not, the question is on the adoption of the motion. Those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 84 ayes, 15 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 375 relating to county boards of education policies for open enrollment.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Senate has concurred in the House amendments with further amendment and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 439, allowing use or non-use of safety belt as admissible evidence in civil actions.
The message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment narrows the House amendment relating to Chapter 61 by striking out the words any statute in 61 and inserting in lieu thereof 61-5-17 H, I, and J. And let me tell you what those are. 61-517H is a crime fleeing from law enforcement in a vehicle that causes bodily injury. I, fleeing from law enforcement in a vehicle that causes death. And J, fleeing from law enforcement while under the influence. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur in the Senate amendment.
The question is on the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment to committee substitute for Senate Bill 439. Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes have it. The chair declares the motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 59 ayes, 40 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 439, allowing use or non-use of safety belt as admissible evidence in civil actions.
Are there further title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further Senate messages at this time? If not, resolutions.
House Resolution 22, calling for the construction of a licensed off-highway vehicle semi-contiguous trail to parallel the Appalachian hiking trail on the western side.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with and that each resolution be considered as formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the delegate console system.
The lady in the 49th asks unanimous consent that the further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with and that each resolution be considered as having been formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the delegate console system. Are there objections? There are no objections. Petitions, motions, bills introduced, unfinished business.
House Concurrent Resolution 91 to study considering methods of retaining native businesses.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? If not, those in favor of adoption of the resolution, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that resolution adopted. Clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 98 for West Virginia's Public Employees Insurance Agency Finance Board to examine how they can enhance reimbursement rates to providers.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? If not, those in favor of adoption of the resolution, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that resolution adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 99, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance study child care in the state of West Virginia.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? If not, those in favor of adoption of the resolution, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that resolution adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 100, requesting study on how local health departments are funded and supported.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? If not, those in favor of adoption of the resolution, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that resolution adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 101, requesting a study of the state's laboratory needs and the utilization of private laboratories.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? If not, those in favor of adoption of the resolution, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that resolution adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 104, providing for the expiration of certain emergency orders issued during the coronavirus pandemic declared on March 16, 2020 in West Virginia.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? If not, those in favor, yes, the gentleman from 30th, Douglas Bates, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually have a question. I'm not sure who to address this to. To the gentlelady? Thank you, ma'am. I was trying to figure out what this does. So there are certain emergency orders that are in place right now. I understand a whole big laundry list of them. I think we saw a big, I mean, there's everything from mask mandates to occupancy and a whole bunch of other stuff. And so those are on the books right now, and they've been issued since March 16th of 2020. And so there's a question in here somewhere, I'm sorry. So what does it do? How does it impact those emergency orders? If we were to pass this resolution, what would that mean?
So what it means is any executive order that has been in place, it is in place since April 6th of this year, unless it was specifically exempted out in the resolution, they would cease to be effective.
They would cease to be effective. So, and that's my question, I suppose, is because I was looking here in the rule book about resolutions, and my understanding, like for example, earlier this session we passed a resolution making the pepperoni roll a state food, and that is sort of a was a symbolic act. It said that it was the will of this body to make the pepperoni roll the state food. So how does this resolution differ from that symbolic act?
So this resolution is a House concurrent resolution, which for it to complete legislative action and to be in effect in the state requires for it to pass by a simple majority in this House and our sister chamber in order for it to go into effect. The pepperoni roll resolution, I would suggest, is a different order of magnitude from a concurrent resolution like this.
Again, I'm sort of trying to seek clarification in terms of the different kind, because we have a Senate. I mean, a Senate Joint Resolution 4 coming up on third reading, and that amends the Constitution. So, and we just passed a resolution, a House concurrent resolution that requested a study. So I'm still confused as to what this actually does. So
I'm not sure that I could explain it more succinctly and clearly than our rule book does.
Okay. Because my understanding of this, and I may be wrong, is that this simply has the effect of being basically a strongly worded letter. That it basically is an expression of the will of the House. That it doesn't have any that's my understanding, and I might be incorrect, that this House concurrent resolution simply says we don't want these executive orders to be in place. Please make them go away.
And sir, I would suggest that, I mean, that might be your understanding, but I don't believe that that's completely correct.
Okay.
And I am not a lawyer myself. I am studying for the LSAT, for anyone who wants to question the bags under my eyes. But the lawyers that I consulted with in the creation of this assured me that what I told you previously, that a concurrent resolution such as this must pass each chamber with a simple majority in order to go into effect in the state.
And it's your understanding that if that was to happen, then the existing executive orders that are in place right now would then cease to exist. The governor would be compelled to, by a matter of law, to stop.
Just as the executive under a state of emergency has the authority by himself to issue an executive order that goes into effect and controls all of our behavior in the state, with a concurrent resolution such as this one drafted before us, if it passes by a simple majority in both chambers, it goes into effect in the state, which eliminates those executive orders that are not specifically exempted.
Okay. And so the bill we passed earlier in the session, 2003, that dealt with the authority and obligations of the governor and the legislature under declared state of emergency and preparedness. My understanding is that bill itself that did pass here and then was amended in the Senate died in conference committee. So that legislation...
That is also my understanding.
Yeah.
It was a spectacular death, yes.
Yes, that was... so, and this is an attempt to right that wrong? Is that... Or is a second effort to sort of begin the process of returning to a non-state of emergency?
I take the gentleman's meeting.
Yeah.
I do not think that I would say that this rights that wrong, and I wouldn't say that it, especially given your word choice with the state of emergency, I wouldn't say that's completely accurate. I would say that this is an attempt by this body to take the executive orders that probably should have expired by now or have been lifted due to our current rate of vaccination and previous exposure to COVID. They should have been lifted and restored the liberty of our citizens.
Okay, one more if I can. So this will then go to the Senate and they will act on it. Is that
I would think I would think that all of us
would have the option to act on it.
in this chamber would agree that we can no longer predict what the Senate will do or what kind of action they would take. But I would say that this adequately expresses the majority opinion of the House, and we should pass it if we agree with it. And what the Senate does is probably no longer our concern.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady with 51st, Douglas Fleschauer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the lady continue to yield?
Yes, my friend.
Have you looked at the rule that he was raising, which is Rule 108, subparagraph 2, about concurrent resolutions?
So I don't think that my answers given in multitude to the gentleman are going to change when I speak to the lady. My understanding of the rule, and I do have a copy of it in my desk, is what I have previously stated.
Right.
I mean, if you have further questions on that, I would invite you to ask an actual lawyer, not a hopeful one.
Well, I did want to tell you that when I studied for the bar, my score went down. So don't get too bent out of shape about it. But I was just looking at I'm not asking as a lawyer. I think he's right to look to the rules, because what it says is concurrent resolutions shall be used for the purpose of expressing the sentiments of the legislature. And then it goes on to say, for raising a joint assembly and other inferior and incidental purposes of legislation. And so it seems to me that what we would be doing is expressing the sentiments of the House, and this would be less effective than legislation. But even still, it has to be concurred in by both houses.
Yes, I would agree with that. I believe that it expresses the sentiment of this body. If the Senate did pass it, I would say it adequately expressed the sentiment of that body, and those two together is enough to give it an effect in the state. In order to counter the executive authority to issue these particular orders, we currently have the power within our two bodies conjoined to provide a check to a single executive order.
Right. We have the power, and the Senate is not, and I support that effort very strongly, but the Senate is not concurring. And I think the governor we've given him the authority by legislation, which would take precedence over one of these resolutions. That's what do you not agree with that, since it says that it's inferior and incidental purposes of legislation, that this is less effective than a statute, and that the governor has authority to do what he's done by statute that we gave to him?
By concurrent resolution. The executive orders are a subset of the state of emergency, so it's our assertion that we can rescind those by concurrent resolution since we do.
That's a better way to put it. Thank you. I do think a practicing lawyer with a lot more experience phrased this much better than I did, and the statute that gave the governor the authority to issue his executive order also gives us the authority with a concurrent resolution, in our opinion, to counteract that order.
Do you think the statute mentioned concurrent resolutions?
I was actually aware of that part. Yes. So the current statute actually does detail that, yes.
Okay, well, I will check. Thank you for your answer.
Gentleman to 37th, Dr. Pushkin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to, although I appreciate the intent of this, I'm going to rise in opposition to this resolution. And while, like many of us, I think that I wish that there had been more input from a whole lot of stakeholders in some of the executive orders that went out at the onset and during this public health crisis. I especially wish there had been more input from some of the folks in the entertainment industry, which was the industry that was really hit the hardest by this. The first people out of work and the last people to go back to work are people in the live entertainment industry and all the ancillary jobs that go along with it. And a lot of the folks who I've worked with for years and people I know have been hurt very hard by this. However, the only executive orders really I can think of that are still really in full effect are the masks, which really aren't even enforced, as made evident by some of our members. However, if you remove the mandate, people think we're in the clear. It sends the message that we're completely in the clear, even though we are so close to the finish line here. You know, there is light at the end of the tunnel, but we're not quite there yet. So I don't like the message that it sends. If we pass a resolution, it would basically be overturning a mask mandate. So I'm going to err on the side of caution and vote in favor of the evidence we have from the public health experts and vote against the resolution.
Gentleman 36, Second row is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm advised by Minority Counsel that the emergency acts actually allow us to pass a resolution and cancel emergency orders. So apparently this would be in order if the body wants to cancel any of the emergency orders.
Lady in the 51st, Douglas Fleischauer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do stand corrected. I'm willing to admit that. But I feel that this is a little bit hasty with respect to the mask order. One of the things we know from science is that masks are as effective as vaccines. A lot of people don't believe that, but that's what the testing shows. And we are about ready to have a surge in our state. And I don't know how many of you know people that died from COVID, or know people that were very sick, or know people that are still sick. But I think that all the medical experts are saying that we should continue to wear masks. And so for that reason, I will be opposing this resolution.
Is there debate on the resolution? If not, the question before the lady wishes to close debate on the resolution. If not, the question before the House is, shall the resolution be adopted? Those in favor, please say aye. Roll call vote has been demanded by nearly everyone. Those in favor of, is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. The question before the House then is, shall the resolution be adopted? Those in favor of adoption will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 76 ayes, 24 nays, and 0 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that resolution adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further resolutions? If not, bills on third reading.
Senate Joint Resolution 4, Incorporation of Churches or Religious Denominations Amendment.
Are there objections to having this resolution explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman in the 32nd, Douglas Fast, to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, there is a prohibition in the state constitution against churches or religious denominations or institutions incorporating. Only West Virginia and Virginia's constitutions have had the prohibition, which compels churches to adopt a trusteeship mode of church governance. The resolution allows but does not require churches and other religious institutions to incorporate if they wish. In addition, the amendment passed yesterday. This constitutional amendment, if passed out of the legislature, would go to the voters on July 24, 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the resolution be adopted? Is there debate on the resolution? If not, those in favor of adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Gentleman 28, Douglas Pack, your vote's not registered. Clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 97 ayes, 2 nays, and 1 member absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares that resolution adopted. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Joint Resolution 4, Incorporation of Churches or Religious Denominations Amendment.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title of the resolution as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the resolution. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 387 relating to drug screening of applicants for cash assistance.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman 28, Douglas Pack, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill extends the requirement that an adult be drug tested when applying for temporary assistance for needy families program if reasonable suspicion exists until December 31st, 2026. That's bill, Mr. Speaker. I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The lady in the 51st, Douglas Walker, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield? I just have a couple of questions.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When this program was started in 2017, did the West Virginia DHHR have to hire more workers?
I have no idea.
Do you know how many TANF applications were received in 2017?
I don't have those listed in 2017. I have them listed since the drug testing program's inception. I don't have them by year.
You don't have them by year?
No.
Who can apply for TANF benefits?
Anyone who meets the criteria of the eligibility. I have those listed here somewhere if you give me just a moment.
Yes, sir. Take your time.
It seems I do not have, pardon me, it seems I do not have that, but there's a list of financial indicators that one would have to meet to be eligible to receive. I have the rates that they can receive, but I don't have the actual indicators that would be required to be eligible for the program.
Do you know that a recipient of TANF must have a child under the age of 18 years young in their household to apply for this benefit?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you please explain what TANF stands for, TANF?
Temporary Assistance for Needy Families.
Do we only require the drug screening survey at the initial application?
Yes.
So we do not ask for this drug screening application at renewal?
Correct.
And how many months can a recipient of TANF receive?
60.
Do you know how often someone must recertify their benefits?
I'm of the impression it's monthly, but I'm not, I wouldn't swear to that.
How much is the drug screens?
It's $30.95 per test.
And does this include the processing fee from the lab?
That cost is absorbed by the department, but the test is $30.95. I'm presuming that that includes the actual processing, not just the collection.
And how much will an applicant need to pay if they request another drug testing if they incur a false positive? Do you know if they have that same rate?
That would be dependent upon where they had the test performed at.
Will the state reimburse that person if their tests come back negative?
No.
With the extension of this program and the amendment that we passed yesterday, when will this program sunset again?
December 31st, 2026.
Will DHHR or does DHHR offer transportation to drug testing facilities?
No.
Are the drug screens done at the local DHHR offices?
No.
Does the state have a contract with a certain drug screening company?
Yes.
What is that company?
I don't know the name of the company.
If the applicant applies and answers the questionnaire honestly and needs a drug screen, how long is the process from DHHR worker informing or sending a letter to scheduling an appointment to doing the test to getting the results and processing the application? What is that time period?
I do not have that information.
Does the state have any protocols for a false positive?
I do not know.
Do you know what drugs can cause a false positive?
What drugs could cause a false positive?
That we're testing for in this bill.
I don't know. I would imagine that there likely could be a false positive for any of the drugs listed.
How many cases?
I'm not a scientist. I'm just speculating there.
Sorry to disturb you. What drugs are we actually testing for in this bill?
Just a moment. amphetamines to include methamphetamine, cocaine, marijuana, opiates, codeine, and morphine, barbiturates, benzodiazepines, methadone. It's on page 1, lines 15 to 18. There's quite a few words there that I can't pronounce.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you. Do you know how many caseworkers do we have currently working
No,
in TANF?
I do not.
Do you know how many openings we have in DHHR for TANF caseworkers?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you know how many openings we have in the TANF department of DHHR?
I do not.
Do we have a backlog of cases from drug screenings?
I don't know.
Do we have a backlog of cases from child protective investigation, abuse, and neglect in DHHR?
Honestly, I don't know the degree to which DHHR is busy or not.
Okay. Is reasonable suspicion defined in this bill?
It is not.
Does an applicant apply for TANF in person, phone, or mail?
They can apply online.
I'm advised by counsel that they can apply online.
So can you give me an example of what reasonable suspension would be, since it's not defined in the bill?
On page 2, line 29, a caseworker determines based on the result of the drug screen that the applicant demonstrates, I'm sorry, that's the wrong line. An indicator would be that the applicant has been convicted of a drug-related offense within the last 3 years prior to the application of TANF.
So that's the only reasonable suspicion?
Or if if there was an answer that would indicate that based on the questionnaire.
So are TANF caseworkers educated in substance abuse by the state of West Virginia?
They're trained to review the TANF applications.
But do we have a certain substance abuse program that we educate them through?
I'm not entirely clear what.
So we give them this drug screen application to complete, and we let the TANF workers look at this drug screen application. So I'm guessing, and I don't want to guess, so I'm asking you, once that caseworker receives that drug screening application, what kind of education did we give to those persons? Do you have to answer yes to a certain question for you to be deemed to have a drug screen?
Yes.
Was the drug testing for TANF halted during the pandemic?
Yes.
For how long?
It was halted in March and began again the first of the year.
So it was halted from March 2020 to December 31st, 2020, and started the beginning of the year. How many drug screens have we done in 2021?
I do not have the information from 2021.
Do we know why the program ceased?
Because of COVID protocols. I mean, the state was on lockdown. They didn't send people out to get drug tests.
Do we know why DHHR wanted to extend the program for only 1 year?
I do not.
If an applicant tests positive for drugs, does the state offer a drug treatment program in the same county that the applicant applied for the benefits?
Not necessarily.
Is the program outpatient or inpatient?
Could be either.
And does the state offer transportation to this person if it is outside of their county?
No.
What will happen to the benefits of the child if the person is positive for drugs? Since we're only at an application process, this is only for applicants, not recipients.
Which benefits are you referring to?
TANF.
The child, pardon me, the TANF benefits for the dependent child would continue.
Will they continue in the same EBT card that the guardian that tested positive for?
A different guardian is named, and then the EBT card is issued in their name.
How much is a new EBT card?
I do not know.
Will that adult that is now going to receive the new EBT card have to go through drug testing?
Yes.
So the adult, not the adult that tested positive, but the adult that will now be a proxy to the child have to go through drug screening also?
Yes.
DHHR seems to think differently. How long will this process take so who contacts DHHR to give a new adult name for the child? Because the child can't do that themselves. They're under 18 years young.
The actual guardian, that is the guardian who tested positive.
So the guardian who tests positive works with the social worker from DHHR to name a new guardian through which the children can receive benefits.
And how long would that proxy application take?
I do not know.
Do we have a waiver or something to expedite this so the child doesn't lose benefits?
I do not know.
Will the child receive any type of therapy or counseling as their guardian will be in drug treatment?
I don't know.
I would imagine it's available to them. I don't know that they'll necessarily have to receive it.
Will the child need to change schools possibly if we have to change guardians?
Potentially.
And if this happens, will that child's benefits needs to change from one county to another?
Possibly, yes.
And how long will that process take?
I don't know.
Can TANF recipients also receive SNAP or Medicaid benefits?
Yes.
And could this positive drug test at the application process of TANF eliminate them from these benefits of SNAP and Medicaid?
No. Well, SNAP, yes. Medicaid, no.
Could this affect the children in their home? Because you said it's going to affect SNAP but not Medicaid.
It could affect SNAP.
It could affect SNAP.
Yes.
So let's say it does affect SNAP. Will those SNAP benefits affect that child in the home? And do we have something in the bill to where
This bill only speaks to TANF. This bill does not speak to SNAP benefits.
Do you know how many recipients successfully complete the West Virginia Workforce Program through TANF?
I only have statistics relative to the drug screenings.
Okay. Last question. How many current TANF cases do we have in West Virginia?
How many current TANF
cases, active cases?
I don't know. I can tell you the number of applications that have been made since the drug screening started.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your patience. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, can I please speak to this bill?
John Lay may proceed.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys bearing with me. We vet these bills in committees for a reason. This is something very near and dear to my heart. If you were in the Health Committee, we had a witness who was a TANF recipient, and I stand before you today as also a previous TANF recipient. I've been on TANF twice in my life. How many cases do we have currently in West Virginia? 6,059. 1,523 adults. 4,534 children. Now I have high respect for my chairman in health. One of the most fairest, level-headed persons I can ever speak to. But almost doesn't work for me. And I don't know, when we talking about 4,534 children, that's not gonna work for me. You're gonna let the parents go through drug screening, and the children, we kick them like a can back at the end of the road. We speak often about how cannabis is the lead way drug. But what are you doing to these children? What about the children? Where is the counseling for the children? We like to say the children are our future. We have the Hope Scholarship that has come out of here. Finally, we have a legislator that kind of respects homeschool children, as I am a homeschool parent. But let me tell you, when you are in need, because it is temporary assistance for needy families, that means that there's a family unit. And the 2 times that I was on these benefits, one in the state of Louisiana, once in the state of West Virginia, I was needy. Yeah, I may have lived in HUD housing with 0 rent, and I got a utility check for $32 a month. But guess how much my light bill was, even though I had free water? Guess how much the internet was, so my children could do what they needed to do to be successful in the West Virginia public school system? I didn't even have money for toilet paper or toothpaste for a family of 3. I was not sitting on my behind being lazy, and I sure in the heck wasn't getting high. So what you're telling me, colleagues, is that you feel applicants of TANF use and abuse drugs. Well, my friend from Fayette County introduced a bill for one person because that one child was affected by having to pay something in our public school system. There's something special about the power of one. But you heard from 2 people. I didn't lie on that drug screen application. And these people tell the truth because we are needy. We need that hand up. This is not a hand out. I've worked since the age of 16. And currently now I work 4 paying jobs. I have no problem in helping my neighbor because it is the children that is our future. And I don't want to punish them by a mistake from their guardian, especially when we kick them like a can down the street by not even giving them counseling. We can take away their SNAP benefits because there's nothing in this bill to help that. You know what food insecurity is in your counties, but this is not a justice bill at all. So I leave you with this. I stay at the table even if the food tastes bad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Are there those seeking further recognition? Gentleman from 37, Delegate Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Chairman of Health briefly yield?
Gentleman yields.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Just a couple questions. First of all, and TANF, the funds we get for TANF, are those federal funds?
It's mostly federal, but it's a conglomeration of federal and state money.
Okay, mostly federal?
Mostly federal, yes.
Okay. Now, do you know how many of those tested, of the applicants tested since we've started this pilot program, what percentage tested positive?
4.
4%?
Yep.
Of those tested?
Yes.
Okay. And how many people that went into a treatment program successfully completed it?
1.
1? All right. Those are all the questions that I have, but thank you for yielding, sir. Just briefly, Mr. Speaker, you had one recipient that actually went through completed the program and got the help. It's rare that we create a pilot program, and actually that's not rare. We create a lot of pilot programs around here. But what's rare is when one comes back and reports to us and has been such a huge failure as this particular program. Fortunately, not that many folks tested positive, because the assumption that people who apply for this program are more likely to have drug issues is simply not true. The disease of addiction knows no socioeconomic boundaries. It affects everybody. I'm sure it's affected everybody in here. So if the point of this bill is to be more prudent with the people's money, it hasn't. The program's been a failure. Those drug tests, I believe, cost about $30 or $40 a piece. We're drug testing all these folks. Only a few have shown up positive, and out of those, one is actually accepted and completed treatment. One. We helped one person. And you've spent more money doing that. You haven't saved the people's money. We've spent more money on these drug tests. So I think I know the reason for this bill. I think that if you go to and I understand, the optics of it. If you go to a lot of your constituents and they might say, well, if I have to take a drug test to get a paycheck, why shouldn't folks who are receiving a handout have to take a drug test? Even though with this program, we're talking about temporary assistance for needy families, it's a very small amount of money, even for a large family. But that's the only program we can actually get our hands on here to do this with, and that's why it's always about TANF. So that's what it's really about. It's about optics. People think, well, if I have to pass a drug test, why shouldn't they have to pass a drug test? But I don't think we should be passing bills purely on optics, especially if we find out from the department that the program is an abject failure and it's a waste of money. We're not saving anybody's money by doing this. And in fact, I would say, if we really want to help people, if that's what it's about, if we want to help people in the treatment, we should completely fund the Jobs and Hope program. We're not doing that. If you want to help prevent the problem that got the state into this type of mess, well, you do the opposite of what we're doing right here. Because what this is going to do is going to hurt kids who are growing up in poverty. That's what it's going to do. It's going to hurt kids. This is going to create more drug problems in the future. And I would love for us to come together one session and actually have real discussions about addressing children with adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, because that's the root cause of addiction in this state. So many children growing up in poverty, growing up with depression, growing up in isolation. But we don't address that. We don't really address the real issues here. Just this bill that just on the surface, it sounds great. We're going to drug test people on welfare. But it doesn't really work, and we got the numbers to show it hasn't worked. But we're going to do it anyway. So I'll just, I remember reading in a book somewhere that we're just supposed to help people. We're just supposed to help people who need help. We're not supposed to judge. We're just supposed to help them. And who are we to determine who is the most worthy of our help? That's not for us to decide. So I strongly urge rejection of this bill.
The gentleman 17th, Lovejoy is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we look at this bill, I hope that you will consider those four letters, T, A, and F. And I hope you will search your heart on the F, okay, which stands for families. We've talked today that one of the eligibility requirements is that you have to have a child in the house. There's actually two others. One of them is if you are pregnant. Number three is if you are 18 years or younger and you're the head of a household. You're running a household as a child, or you're with child, or you have a child. And I'll urge you to consider the compassion that is part of the responsibility you have as a policymaker. We passed a bill, I think it was last week, maybe it was 2 weeks ago, a bill about animals. And we made it a crime to deny a dog or a cat adequate food or shelter. We made that a crime. Then we passed a bill a couple weeks before that. It was the Second Chances bill, and it was to help women that were pregnant to have information to make choices. Now, I've got a 100% pro-life record, and I'm proud of that. But I'm not just pro-life, or I'm not just pro-birth, okay? I believe that pro-life means you have to also provide help to those women that are probably in one of the toughest times of their lives. So this pregnant woman who's eligible for TANF, maybe she's an addict, maybe she has a drug problem. I'm not going to deny her adequate shelter, adequate housing, or adequate food because it's politically expedient. I think that's immoral. A week ago, many of us went to Easter Sunday and we celebrated a risen Lord, but we forget quickly that he told us that what you did to the least of these, you did unto me. So I can't support this, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the bill? Gentleman, 32nd, Doug Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, many of us have stories where we've worked hard, we've had to struggle. I've worked hard all my life as well. It's not just one other person in this room. I remember when I was a child, we lived on a farm and I had to work. I was so small I couldn't even push the clutch down on the tractor. I had to pull up on the steering wheel just so I had enough weight to push the clutch and the brake down while my dad was running the post driver in the back. When I was in college, there were times I had such little money that I would pass up the food line and I was hungry, but I just went without it, struggling. You know, we all have stories like that. I didn't grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth either. The bottom line is we don't want our tax dollars, and that's what we're talking about. We don't want our tax dollars being used for illegal drugs. Very, very simple. There has to be an element of personal responsibility somewhere. And my great friend quoted scripture, what you do unto me, you do unto the least of these, my brethren. And I will tell you, we are sitting here as a government body. The only thing government can do is to take from this sector and give to this sector. That's by force. And what that scripture's talking about is personal jurisdiction or the jurisdiction of the church, but not the jurisdiction of government. And so, again, there needs to be an element of personal responsibility, and I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, that that's what this is attempting to do, is to instill an element of personal responsibility. We talked about messaging for children. You know, when I grew up, the message I saw, my father get up sometimes at 2 o'clock in the morning, and he would spend a few minutes kneeling at the couch praying, and I would get up sometimes, go to the restroom, and I would see him in there praying, and then he would go into the kitchen, walk out the door, and he would go to work. Okay? So the message, we don't want to create a situation where tax dollars can be used for illegal drugs. What message do you give to those children? That's a terrible message. Again, we're trying to instill personal responsibility. It's not trying to be mean, not trying to be hard. It's just trying to instill personal responsibility, use of government tax dollars in the proper way. I would support the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman 19th, Dr. Griffith is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, like you all, struggle with some of these things. However, I think as a Christian myself, how we want prayer in school. We want God's name on our money. We want Him in our pledge. What is wrong with having the love that we profess in government and helping these needy people? And as the delegate pointed out, when Christ said that, He gave a whole list of things in Matthew 25, right before the crucifixion. It was about the Last Judgment. And when He said, He asked it actually twice and said, you know, did you feed me when I was hungry? Did you clothe me when I was naked? Did you help me, basically? And the answer eventually was, If you didn't do this, you're condemned. That's God's judgment. That's tough on me as a Christian. When I look at what I do in my personal life, which I understand, and the difference between that and my church, but we want God in government, we say. Me included. I'm not judging anybody here. Here's an opportunity to fulfill the 25th chapter of Matthew by putting care over judgment and God first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman with 27th, Ellington, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Chair of Health yield to question?
Of course.
Thank you, sir. Based on your answers to the questions from the lady from the 51st, I don't know if you will have these answers, but the last few years, did we see how many applications for TANF? Have we seen a decrease in those numbers?
They have, in fact, decreased.
Was there any rationale as far as why those numbers decreased?
We don't have any analysis on that, but they have, in fact, decreased yearly from 2017.
Do you have any numbers from the past 5 years or so as far as what the number of applications were?
The number of applications over the last 5 years? Do you have that? We have an average. We don't have specific.
Okay.
They've gone down from 1,700 to
They've
for the year. Participants in the program went down from 17.
Council advises that participation in the program has gone down from 1,700 to 1,500.
Okay, that's sort of what I was asking. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Speak to the bill.
Jim was recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. TANF program's meant to help people, and I think all of us want to do that. A few years when this program was initiated on the drug testing part, it was reported to our health committee that there were a number of people that were coming overstate applying for TANF, up to about 15,000 a year, that would only stay in for a few months, not fulfill the job requirements, and they would come in and out of the system multiple times. When we initiated this program, that dropped that down. As the lady from the 51st said, there's about 6,000 people in it now, for most of those are children. But we did see a significant reduction in people coming in here trying to take money from the program that was meant for West Virginians. DHHR has repeatedly mentioned to me on occasions that they wanted to maintain this program because it adds legitimacy to that program. Even though they may not be getting many positives back or having to treat many people, it's preventing a lot of people that would try to abuse the system from getting in. So I think this is still something worthwhile to continue, so I would be supportive of it, and that's my rationale for it. That way the money goes to the West Virginians that truly need it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman 36, Doug Barracks, recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman from the 30 Seconds story about personal struggle. My parents were Depression babies. They instilled in me about hard work, things like that. I've had some tough times in my life. Many of us had. And I got through them all. But I look at that. We've all worked hard. We've all worked hard in here. And I consider myself, I've had a measure of success. I'm very, very lucky. I'm very lucky. And not everyone has that kind of luck and that kind of those kind of circumstances to get over this. If someone needs a hand, let's give it to them. Let's help them out, and that's how you get them to get better. Don't just say you're on your own. You need to recover yourself. Let's give them a hand, and let's be good about this and share our good fortunes. Thank you.
The gentleman 39th, Doug Farrell, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I listen to arguments on both sides of this bill, I stop and think about, and as I do with most bills in here, is what is the spirit of the bill? And this bill looks at attacking a drug situation that we have in our state. And my fellow delegates that have stood up and spoke against this bill talk about the compassion that we should have toward these people. But, you know, I want to take it back to a more personal level. If anybody in here, and I know some of you have had somebody in your family, and especially in your immediate family, that is suffering from a drug problem or drug addiction, one of the things you'll find out real quick is that drug takes over the brain, and it starts to work on the members of that family and starts to play at their heartstrings. And if you've ever been there, and I can tell you as a parent, and that person is pulling at you, hey, just give me $20. Just give me $20. And leave it in the mailbox out there, and I won't bother you. Because you know you don't want that person under your roof with other members of your family or other children that you have. If you've ever been in that situation, and as a parent, you're trying to figure out what to do. Because everything in you as a parent wants to help and provide and be compassionate to them. But I'll never forget, you know, I'm looking for advice. What do I do? Because you almost know they're going to go out and buy drugs with that $20 or whatever they're asking for. And so I contacted one of the directors of one of the largest and most successful drug recovery centers over in Huntington one night. He said, Dana, he said, you so much as give them a peanut butter sandwich, you're helping kill them. And I thought about that for a long time. You know, it really went through me, and it struck me to this day. Because everything in us, whether we see somebody out here on the street corner panhandling and asking for money, and you almost certainly understand that they're probably the money you give them is going to be used to something that perpetuates the problem. So I see, if we look at it, we are that family in here today. And this problem is knocking on our door asking for money. And we have to have the compassion, actually the strength within us, and it's really hard to say no. It's hard. I've been there. It's a struggle. And you have to wonder, am I doing the right thing? But by denying them that opportunity to perpetuate the situation, they can actually go get the proper help. And then their kids and their families and everybody else that's affected by this ongoing perpetuated problem, and if we continue to feed it with this program, if we don't put this type of teeth in the bill, will actually perpetuate the problem. So what is the compassionate move? We have to ask ourselves today. And I can tell you, if we break it down to a family or personal level, I can tell you I've been there. And I know many of you have. And so you have to say, what's the right thing to do? And this bill here gives us a chance to say, hey, no, we're not going to continue to allow you to perpetuate the problem. We want you to go get proper help. And if you do that and you do it the right way, we'll be there to help you. We'll be there to help you and pick you up. And that's what the program's all about. That's what I see. That's the spirit of the bill. So I'll be voting for this bill. I hope you will do and look at it the same way and that you'll follow suit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the gentleman from the 28th to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. I understand that everybody in here probably knows how they're going to vote on that, but I do just want to point out a couple things. We're not kicking children down the road. Current language, right? This is not underlined. It's not stricken. Current language. No dependent child's eligibility for benefits under TANF program may be affected by a parent's failure to pass a drug test. So keep that in mind, okay? I want to briefly address something else that was said during discussion today. Who are we to judge who we help? Who are we to judge who we help? We're talking about the expenditure of tax dollars, both federal and state. We're talking about a policy decision. It's real quiet in here. I want everybody to listen. Who are we to decide? It is to us to decide. We were elected to decide. This is a policy decision. It is inherently incumbent upon us to decide policy decisions. Now, I know nothing I can say is going to change any of your minds, and likely nothing that was said prior to now is going to change any of your minds. But keep that in mind. Everything we do in this body is a policy decision, and it is for us to decide. And I, for one, will not abdicate that right or that responsibility. So having said all that, Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 80 ayes, 20 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 387 relating to drug screening of applicants for cash assistance.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 392 creating penalty for impersonating law enforcement officer or official.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman in 30-second to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 392 modifies the penalty for impersonating a law enforcement officer or official by adding a period of possible incarceration. Currently, the penalty for impersonating a law enforcement officer or official is a fine of not less than $100 nor more than $1,000. This bill adds possible confinement in jail for not more than 6 months or both fine and confinement. That is a summary, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 1 nay, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 392, creating penalty for impersonating law enforcement officer or official.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 483, allowing oaths be taken before any person authorized to administer oaths.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having read? If not, the gentleman in 30-second to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 483 involves an oath that one takes when they qualify either as an executor or administrator of an estate. The oath may be taken before any person authorized to administer oaths under the laws of this state or any other state. The bond may be executed, if not in person, before the county clerk, before any person authorized to administer oaths under the laws of this state or any other state. That is, in essence, a summary, Mr. Speaker. Basically, what this bill does, when you go in to qualify as an executor, and you have the will in hand, or you go in, if there is no will, you go in to qualify as an administrator to probate an estate, you have to take an oath. And what this bill says is that that oath can be administered by any person who is qualified to administer an oath. It does not necessarily have to be taken in front of the county clerk, deputy clerk personnel. I urge passage, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 483, allowing oaths be taken before any person authorized to administer oaths.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 496, relating to punishment for second or third degree felony.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having read? If not, the gentleman in the 35th to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to allow for the implementation of the habitual offender statute when predicate offenses from other jurisdictions are substantially similar to a qualifying offense under our law, and it also provides for certain language cleanup in the bill. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Lady in the 35th, Doggett Young is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman yield?
Yes.
So is this about the 3-strike law?
No.
It's not the three-strike law? Okay. Then what is it pertaining to? It's not about being convicted twice or 3 times of the same crime? I guess, is it just people coming in from out of state?
Right. So if you have an offense that took place out of state, you came in state, and you had an offense, that offense could be counted from the other state if the elements were substantially similar to those in West Virginia, to a second or third offense of the same.
But it doesn't pertain to the three-strike law at all?
Well, I guess in a sense okay, I'll stipulate. In a sense, it would pertain to that if your second or third offense, I guess, qualified under this, and that added up to a third strike. I guess it would come into play that way.
Okay, so if somebody has the same or similar crime in another state, I guess if they have the same crime in another state currently, and they come here, and then they commit the same crime here, would that be a second strike under
Yes.
West Virginia now? Okay, and so this would now add in that if you do something that is substantially similar, can you give me an example of what that would be?
So it would be basically, I don't have the code in front of me, but it would be elemental in the sense that it would be, so if there were 3 elements, and they were all essentially doing the same thing, but they were worded differently.
Okay.
They're not exactly the same, but they're substantially similar in application.
Okay, so right now they have to be exactly the same.
That's my
okay.
understanding, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so would this make it so potentially more people could be guilty of second and third strike?
It's possible.
Okay, thank you.
Is there further debate on the bill? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 85 ayes, 14 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 496, relating to punishment for a second or third degree felony.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 634, requiring training of certain officers for persons with autism spectrum disorder.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman in the 35th to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This bill will amend Article 29 of the Law Enforcement Training and Certification by adding a new section providing authority for criminal justice training regarding individuals with autism spectrum disorders. The Law Enforcement Special Standards Subcommittee may establish within basic training curriculum a course for the training of law enforcement officers and correction officers in appropriate interactions with individuals with autism spectrum disorder, and may develop guidelines for law enforcement response to individuals on the spectrum who are victims or witnesses to a crime or suspected or convicted of a crime. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman the 19th, Doug Griffiths, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think if we consider for a moment, one thing that I have learned over the years is that every person of color lives with a constant fear that they or their children might have an action that's misinterpreted by the police, and our news is saturated with such examples. But I want you to be aware of something else, and that is that parents of either children or adults with autism have that same fear. In 2020, Utah police shot a 13-year-old boy that was autistic, and sheriff's deputies in New Orleans sat on a shackled 16-year-old autistic boy until he died. Each tragedy occurred because the autistic individuals could not understand nor properly respond to the police commands, and the officers could not properly recognize the victim's autistic behaviors. Senate Bill 634 will create a training program that will teach law enforcement and correction officers in West Virginia appropriate interactions with and responses to individuals on the autism spectrum. And they may be witnesses, a victim, or even a suspect in a crime. April, this month, is Autism Awareness Month. And I think this bill will send a very positive message to the people of our state who have children, both young and adult, that have autism. And I want to personally thank Mark Ellison of the West Virginia Autism Training Center at Marshall University and First Sergeant Ken Murray of the West Virginia State Police Academy for their help. It was their influence and impetus that created this bill, and I urge passage. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 99 ayes, 1 nay, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 634, requiring training of certain officers for persons with autism spectrum disorder.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 668, creating psychology interjurisdictional compact.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having read? If not, the gentleman the 28th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill makes West Virginia a participant in the Psychology Interjurisdictional Compact to facilitate telepsychological services and the temporary face-to-face practice of psychology across jurisdictional boundaries. That's the bill, Mr. Speaker. I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 99 ayes, 1 nay, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 668, creating psychology interjurisdictional compact.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further bills on third reading? If not, first bill, for what purpose will the gentleman in the 42nd seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I may or may not regret this, but a colleague of ours in this chamber feels strong enough on this that he has found some additional information that he feels passionately enough to discuss, and therefore, due to this newly disclosed information that he would like to speak about, and because I have voted on the prevailing side of a previous bill already passed in this House with Senate Bill 439, I request unanimous consent to reopen debate on Senate Bill 439 so our colleague can bring forth this new information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Objection is heard. Okay, objection is heard. Clerk will report to the first bill on second reading then.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 335, relating to West Virginia Invest Grant Program for students at accredited community and technical college.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 419, redefining firearm to match federal code.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. This is H. Jude AM number 1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 35th to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill aims to, a little background on the bill. The bill syncs up the definition of firearm, our code, in our state code, to the federal code. Essentially what that does is any firearms that were built or manufactured before 1898 in the state of under federal law are not considered quote-unquote firearms. In the state of West Virginia, all firearms are considered firearms in the code, meaning that any firearm that was manufactured before 1898 in the state of West Virginia currently is considered a firearm. We are syncing up our code, and if this bill is passed tomorrow, it will essentially mean that any firearm, like in federal code, manufactured before 1898 will no longer be considered a firearm under the West Virginia Code. The amendment seeks to make one exclusion. That would be that a firearm manufactured before 1898 is still considered a firearm in West Virginia with regard to matters that involve either a temporary or a permanent DVP order that's been issued, which is a domestic violence petition. So if there's domestic violence petition involved, the new definition will not be applied in that instance. That's a summarization, Mr. Speaker. I urge adoption.
The question before the House is the amendment just explained. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 458 relating to possession of firearms by individuals during state of emergency.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. This is H. Jude AM number 1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 35th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment before the body simply makes technical changes to the bill. While it is a strike insert, all the changes in there are technical, and we'll be happy to explain the bill tomorrow. But they are technical changes. I urge adoption.
The question before the House then is the amendment just explained. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Senate Bill 486 relating to powers and duties of Chief Technology Officer.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 488 relating to distributing hotel occupancy tax to Convention and Visitors Bureau.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to move to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there objections? No objections are heard. The bill will be so advanced. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 492.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill be postponed one day.
Those in favor of the motion to postpone the bill one day, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. Action will be postponed one day. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 502.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill be postponed one day.
Those in favor of the motion to postpone action on the bill one day, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Action on the bill will be postponed one day. Next bill on second reading.
Senate Bill 521, extending licensure renewal term of certain private investigators, security guards, and associated firms.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 529, correcting improper citation relating to DMV registration.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 534, permitting Economic Development Authority to make working capital loans from revolving loan fund capitalized with federal grant funds.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill. This is HFIN AM number 1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman to 64th to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, there should be an amendment to the amendment first.
Chair is in receipt of a secondary amendment. That's accurate. Clerk will report the secondary amendment.
Delegate Householder moves to amend the amendment on, this is AM Householder 4-6 number 1.
Are there objections to having the secondary amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman to 64th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment to the amendment is an agreement to a new interest rate to be charged to the EDA for the funds that the state treasurer loans from the consolidated fund to the EDA for its revolving loan program. This new interest rate will be 50% of the weighted average interest rate for outstanding loans. The rate may not be lower than 1.5% and is reset each July 1st. I urge adoption.
The question is on the adoption of the secondary amendment just explained. Is there debate on the secondary amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the secondary amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the secondary amendment adopted. The question now is on the primary amendment. Gentleman to 64th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The finance amendment as amended makes the following changes to the Senate bill. It increases the amount the state treasurer is to make available from the consolidated fund to the EDA for the revolving loan fund for business or industrial development projects from $175 million to $200 million. It eliminates the restriction prohibiting the EDA from making working capital loans if the loan is capitalized with federal grant funds. It also restricts the EDA from entering agreements or contracts with financial institutions for banking goods and services without the approval of the state treasurer. It adds the state treasurer to the board of the EDA. And it changes the interest rate being charged to the EDA for the money loan from the consolidated fund as just discussed in the previous amendment. Those reasons I urge adoption.
The question before the House is the primary amendment just explained. Is there debate on the primary amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the primary amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that primary amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 610, providing tuition and fee waivers at state higher education institutions for volunteers who have completed service in AmeriCorps programs at West Virginia.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill. This is HFIN AM 4-5.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill be postponed one day.
Lady from the 49th moves that committee substitute for Senate Bill 610 be postponed one day. Those in favor of the motion to postpone action one day will please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. Action will be postponed one day. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 613, adding classification and base salaries of certain civilian employees of State Police Forensic Laboratory.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 636, requiring certain history and civics courses be taught in schools.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Education moves to amend the bill. This is HED AM 4-1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman to the 27th, Delegate Ellington, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment adds to the history and civics curriculum the use of writings from prominent figures on the treatment and contributions of historic minorities, including but not limited to African Americans, Native Americans, and women. It also requires high school students to complete a one-credit course of study in personal finance as a requirement for high school graduation in place of existing economics coursework requirements. But this coursework must also include an end-of-course examination. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption.
The question before the House is the primary amendment just explained by the gentleman to the 27th. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 655.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill be postponed one day.
Questions on the motion that the bill be postponed one day. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. Action on the bill will be postponed by one day. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 671, appointing Director of the Office of Emergency Medical Services.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Jennings moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Jennings 4-6, number 1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 53rd, Delegate Jennings, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason for this amendment is, as you know, I've been involved in EMS for many years, and we've always had a trouble with EMS as it being from one year to the next. We don't know what's going on. We're hoping that appointing a director that this will codify and make it a more stable organization. But also, we want to make sure that who we appoint is someone that knows what's going on. That's the reason why my amendment states that it has to be a paramedic that has ran in this state for 5 years. That way, we won't get protocols like we did last summer where they tried to tell us how to wear PPE that won't work in the back of a truck. because that director that told us to do that had never rode in the back of a truck. So this amendment makes it so that the paramedic that will be put in this position knows what's going on. Also, I included into that he had to be an EMS instructor. That way he knows how, whenever we're teaching these classes, how people react to them, how they can use them out in the field, and things that don't work or hard to teach or are not needed. An instructor sees these things as he goes through, and that's the reason why my amendment adds these things to this. Hopefully we're going to bring stability to our EMS in this state, which all of you know you've got calls about the problems. So I hope you will vote positive for this amendment. Thank you.
Question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just explained. Is there debate on the amendment? Gentleman, the 28th, Doug Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I appreciate the intent of the gentleman's amendment, I could have supported it had he stopped after the 5 years of experience as a paramedic. Just to give some background on the bill, the current mechanism by which we hire people often cases is restrictive, and it limits the ability to pay, so that the state is put into a position whereby they cannot attract the best qualified candidates from the private sector. And this seeks to free that up. It seeks to allow the Office of EMS to hire a director that is more qualified. And while I agree with the gentleman that experience in EMS is not only a plus but ought to be a requirement, I think to go as far as to also require the applicant to be an emergency medical services instructor in West Virginia, I believe to be a bit too far, and for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I'd urge rejection.
Is there further debate on the bill? Or the amendment? Gentleman 53rd, Delegate Jennings.
I would like to add that most times the reason I put in EMS instructor, because in the rural counties, the paramedic is usually the training officer. And that's the reason why I put that in, because I want that training to learn how the training. As you can see, this was spoken by someone that's not involved in EMS. And you can see where they don't see the correlation between, if you're not involved, how it works. And that's the reason why I hope that you will vote for this amendment. Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of the amendment just explained by the gentleman, the 53rd. Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. No's appear to have it. Roll call is demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Question is on adoption of the amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the House will please be in order. Those in favor of adoption will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 49 ayes, 49 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. Less than a majority in the affirmative, the chair declares that amendment lost. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 684, adding Curator of Division of Arts, Culture, and History as ex officio voting member to the Library Commission.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Government Organization moves to amend the bill. This is HGO AM number 14-5.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman on the 15th to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the amendment is to add the Curator of the Department of Arts, Culture, and History to the Library Commission as an ex officio voting member in addition to 9 appointed members. And the amendment also makes other technical corrections. That is the amendment, Mr. Speaker. I would urge passage.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just explained by the gentleman the 15th. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 695, providing procedures for decreasing or increasing corporate limits by annexation.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Government Organization moves to amend the bill. This is HGO AM number 1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman the 15th, Douglas Foster, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment makes 3 changes. First, the amendment changes the prohibition of time frame after a successful minor boundary adjustment has been made to prohibit another adjustment from 5 years down to 2 years. The second amendment reinstates 865D. Third, the amendment alters requirements to decrease corporations' limits by requiring 5% of the freeholders in the territory proposed for elimination file a petition. The petitioners must publish a Class 2 legal ad to notify others in the area of the petition to decrease the corporate limits. And anyone objecting to the decrease must file an objection and be specifically excluded from the decrease in corporate limits. That's the amendment. Mr. Speaker, I would urge passage.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. Is there debate on the amendment? Gentleman 66, Douglas Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we've discussed, as a freeholder in a non-incorporated area and as an employee of a business that is located in a incorporated area, out of an abundance of caution, I'd ask to be excused from voting.
Yes, under the set of facts relayed to the chair by the gentleman both yesterday and now on those prefatory comments, it would be the ruling of the chair that the gentleman would belong to a class of 5 or greater individuals and therefore would be directed to vote on the amendment and the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question before the House is the amendment explained by the gentleman the 15th. Those in favor of adoption will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 714 relating to Physician Assistant Practice Act.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Health and Human Resources moves to amend the bill. This is HHRAM number 1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman the 28th to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment makes some spelling clarification and also equalizes the prescriptive authority of an APRN and a PA to prescribe a Schedule II drug for 3 days. That's the amendment. Mr. Speaker, I urge its adoption.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just explained. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Senate Bill 717, supplemental appropriation from general revenue to West Virginia Community and Technical College Education Control Account.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading.
Bills on first reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 7, limiting political activity by public employees.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 398, limiting eligibility of certain employers to participate in PEIA plans.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 470, limiting release of certain personal information maintained by state agencies.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 478, permitting use of established federal marketplace programs to purchase supplies.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 485, relating to use or presentation of firearm during commission of felony.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 509, removing requirement that determination of medical stability be found prior to admission to mental health facility.
Bill be advanced.
Senate Bill 532, limiting claims for state tax credits and rebates.
Bill be advanced.
Senate Bill 537, relating generally to kidnapping.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 542, relating generally to public electric utilities and facilities fuel supply for existing coal-fired plants.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 569, relating to damages for medical monitoring.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 641, allowing counties to use severance tax proceeds for litter cleanup programs.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 642, requiring legal advertisements by state auditor be posted to central website.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 657, relating to free expression on state institution of higher education campuses.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 658, requiring sheriff's departments to participate and utilize Handle with Care program for trauma-inflicted children.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 660, providing for cooperation between law enforcement agencies and military authorities.
Bill be advanced.
Senate Bill 661, permitting retailers to assume sales or use tax assessed on tangible personal property.
Bill be advanced.
Senate Bill 674, clarifying that unpaid restitution does not preclude person from obtaining driver's license.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 677, relating generally to minors' safety, health, and training standards.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 702, relating to involuntary hospitalization, competency, and criminal responsibility of persons charged or convicted of certain crimes.
Bill be advanced. Further bills on first reading?
Leaves of absence, introductions, miscellaneous business. Gentleman from the 42nd, Douglas Longacre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, barring any rookie procedural mistakes, we'll try to get this right this time. Under Rule 58, having voted in the prevailing side, I move to reconsider Senate Bill 439.
Gentleman's motion is that the House reconsider the vote on passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 439.
Just to reconsider debate due to potentially new information.
This is a debatable question. The question before the House now is the motion by the gentleman from the 42nd that the House reconsider the vote on passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 439. Is there debate on the motion? The gentleman from the 66, Douglas Espinoza, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I do see part of the information I was seeking up on the board. This motion is regarding a piece of legislation that we passed allowing use or non-use of safety belt as admissible evidence in civil actions.
It is.
So if we wish to allow our action to stand, we would vote against the gentleman's motion. Is that correct?
Gentleman's correct.
Thank you.
Again, the question now for debate is the motion to reconsider the vote on passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 439. Gentleman from the 42nd, as the maker of the motion, is entitled to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just briefly, I do not understand the entirety of the purpose that my colleague has brought this to my attention. However, because he has the same privileges of the floor as the rest of us do, I think he has the right to be heard. He's very passionate and believes he has some new information to bring to our attention. And on that, I ask that we actually take this vote to reconsider debate on that bill, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 32nd, Douglas Fast, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would rise in support of the gentleman's motion. You know, I think it was last year I mistakenly voted positive on a bill, and it was brought to my attention, and I stood up and asked for reconsideration, having voted mistakenly on the prevailing side, and the members respected that. It didn't take very much time, and the vote was rescinded. We re-voted and we moved on, and this is not often made, this type of motion, And out of respect for the gentleman, I don't even know what the information is going to be, but it's not something that is just routinely done. And so there must be some information that would be helpful. And I mean, it may be completely against my position, I don't know, but out of respect for the gentleman, I would ask passage of the motion.
For the benefit of all members, Chair will advise all members that under the Rules of Parliamentary Procedure, a motion for reconsideration is a motion which permits debate not only on the motion for reconsideration, but also upon the underlying substantive question to be reconsidered. So take that for what it's worth. Is there further debate on the motion for reconsideration? Gentleman from 12th, Douglas Westfall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge rejection. This bill come from the Senate. We had the same bill in the House. We passed it with amendment from the delegate of the 29th. It went to the Senate. Back up a little bit. It's set on second reading here for over a week with a lot of time. People look at the bill, think about it and stuff. I'm not sure what delegate wants to reconsider it. I know the gentleman from the 42nd has been a yes vote both times on the bill. I think it's a good bill. I think we ought to reject his motion. So thank you.
The gentleman 22nd, Douglas Jeffries, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you stated, we can discuss the underlying of the bill. I would hope whoever it is that wants to reconsider this bill, stand up and tell us why. If you want us to support it, stand up and tell us why, and let's not waste our time here. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the motion for reconsideration? If not, yes, the gentleman from 43rd, Douglas Nestor, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am the delegate that requested that the bill be reconsidered. And one of the reasons why is it came to my attention and it hit me later. And please forgive me that I didn't prepare myself by reading the Senate's amendment to this particular bill. But I'll be the first to tell you I don't like the bill at all. But to be punctual, one of the issues with the bill is that in our amendment, Delegate Steele's amendment, that this seatbelt admissibility would not, the non-wearing of the seatbelt would not be admissible in a civil action if any crime enumerated under Chapter 61 of our state code had been violated. And then the Senate amendment, as I understood, only limited those offenses under Chapter 61 to 3 different instances. One of those instances was fleeing while DUI. One was fleeing with reckless indifference, I think, and fleeing from police officers, something in that realm. But one of the reasons why I want to reconsider it is that unfortunately, as an attorney, and believe me, the reason I'm standing in opposition to this bill when I get my chance to speak to that, if I get that chance, is because. Am I free to talk about the bill completely now? Is it open? Okay, I didn't realize. Okay, well, I'm going to start out in the same vein I was starting to talk about the amendment, and I appreciate that, Delegate Jeffries. Those 3 different scenarios don't contemplate something. As I was saying, as I practice criminal law, it's amazing to me, and hopefully it's amazing to many of you that don't do this, how often people use a vehicle as a weapon. Okay, so say people get into a dispute in Kmart or a bar or something like that. And let's just say they're not intoxicated, because I know there's a proviso in the bill that says that wearing or non-wearing a seatbelt is inadmissible when someone who impacts you in a vehicle is intoxicated. But notwithstanding that, people get in their cars and run into other people. So envision a scenario without Delegate Steele's amendment where someone not negligently but willfully uses their car and drives into you while you're seated in your car. Say that there's a couple's getting divorced, and an overzealous husband rams into his soon-to-be former spouse and her alleged boyfriend, and they don't have their seatbelts on. They're in the driveway. Those people can't recover, or their recovery is going to be substantially diminished, because in the legal system, my experience has been it's a cold, dark place. Okay, nobody gets the backdrop when you get in. You're operating in a vacuum, okay? It's an adversarial system. So when you're debating about whether or not somebody should get something, you have the plaintiff's attorney representing the injured party, you have the defense attorney representing the insurance company, and the defense attorney is obligated to say, hey, these individuals that you call victims, these people that are injured, did not have their seatbelt on. It doesn't matter that they weren't moving. It doesn't matter that somebody willfully rammed into them. These damages that they're complaining of, that they didn't cause by any action of their own, is something that is going to be, our experts saying, is not compensable. They wouldn't have suffered these damages had they had their seatbelt on. So I think that's fundamentally unfair. So I rise not in support of trial lawyers or the insurance industry. I rise in support of principle. So now I'm going to speak to the bill for a minute. The bill, to me, is fundamentally unsound. And just think about it. It appears to me to be something like if you walk into a boxing gym unknowingly and you get sucker punched in the nose and your nose is broken, it's almost like you don't get to recover because you weren't in a defensive posture when you went in there. And so likening this to what this bill touches on is you have motorists out there obeying every single law, every single motorist law that there is in this state. They are operating their motor vehicle with absolute deference to other people's rights. They're driving safely. They're being responsible to other people. They're out there doing everything right. They're driving the speed limit. They're looking around. They have a car with proper equipment on it. They're doing everything they can to keep other motorists safe. But somebody negligently runs into them. And let's just say it's at a time when they were thirsty, and that I know we've all encountered this. Maybe some people that maybe have a little bit of gift of height. But when you have that rolling 16-ounce bottle that you want to drink over in the passenger seat, you have to unbuckle to reach over and get it, and you're using two hands to take a little drink, and in that 15 seconds later, while you're doing that, boom, you get impacted. And because of that, you may not be able to walk anymore, and I have seen this. You're crippled or you have cosmetic injuries. And guess what? Because in that moment in time, that moment when you were doing everything right, somebody else's negligence came about and injured you. And in that scenario, you may have to have vocational treatments. You may have to have things that you cannot afford. Maybe you want a little bit of confidence back from your facial reconstruction. You're never going to look right, but maybe you could get that semblance of confidence for the rest of your life if you could afford cosmetic surgery. But you can't, because the lawyers on the other side said you weren't wearing your seatbelt at that time, and those damages, you wouldn't have sustained them without that. And I think that that's fundamentally unfair. So we've talked a lot. We've passed a lot of good legislation. I think one of our overarching things in this chamber has been, for a substantial period of time, or a substantial period of this legislation, of this session, has been, let's make West Virginia more attractive to other people. So when evaluating this legislation on who it helps and who it hurts, I don't know that it helps anybody. I mean, it's not going to decrease anybody's insurance premiums. It's not going to really do anything. But what I can tell you it will do is nobody's going to look at West Virginia and say, hey, guess what? Let's move to West Virginia. And if by some terrible misfortune somebody runs into us and we happen to not have our seatbelt on when we run to the gas station, get some milk and eggs, I might not be able to recover from them. I don't know how that makes West Virginia more attractive. So I wanted to share that too. Like I said, with the sentence amendments, it doesn't contemplate a bunch of other situations where somebody could willfully harm you and your recovery would be diminished. So really, I've thought a lot about this ever since we brought this up. And to me, it's a matter of principle because of the sequence of things. In summation, you're doing everything you're right. You're being responsible to your fellow man and woman by operating your vehicle. And you are injured, and somehow that fault is now imputed to you. Somehow, you now have a problem, but you did everything right. So I would ask people to just reconsider things. If it's for that one person that's injured that gets a diminished recovery, or that thousands over the course of time, however long this legislation's there, just think about them for a minute in comparison with what this legislation doesn't do for our state, because it doesn't make us more attractive for people to live here, and it doesn't make any economic sense really either. So please just reconsider that, because it's a real issue. And I thank everyone that enabled me to stand up here as a rookie legislator and at least speak my mind on it, because I felt like a coward when I didn't stand up before. And no matter how this vote goes down, although I feel I'm in the right, I'll at least know that I said my piece. And I appreciate all of you and your courtesy for allowing that to occur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman to the 50th, Doug Garcia, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's nice to get a second chance sometimes, and I appreciate the gentleman's motion. I appreciate what we've just heard there from the gentleman from the 43rd. I just want to ask you all a question. How many House bills has the Senate killed today? And another question is, how many times have we been asked to recede on what they've sent back to us? I think this is an opportunity to say, no, let's reconsider this. Let's tell the Senate to recede on this bill, and let's show what the House can do.
The gentleman 16th, Doug Lynn, was recognized.
Point of inquiry of the chair.
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
Are there further members seeking recognition?
There are.
I move the previous question.
Question before the House is the motion by the gentleman from the 16th that, well, now there are not members seeking recognition. Does any member seek further recognition on the bill or on the motion for reconsideration? May the chair consider the motion withdrawn. Gentleman from the 42nd to close debate on the motion for reconsideration. If not, the question before the House then is the motion by the gentleman from the 42nd that the House reconsider the vote on passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 439. Those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Roll call vote is demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the motion for reconsideration will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 41 ayes, 57 nays, and 0 members absent. Less than a majority in the affirmative. The chair declares that motion for reconsideration lost. Is there further miscellaneous business to come before the House at this time? If not, lady from the
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, lady of the 49th.
I move, subject to announcements, the House recess until 5 p.m. this evening.
The question before the House is the motion by the lady from the 49th that's subject to announcements. The House stand in recess until 5 p.m. Chair will note for the benefit of the members at 5 p.m. when the House reconvenes this evening, it is our intention to take messages from the Senate, after which the House will be in order for received remarks by members. Lady from the 38th, Doug Graves.
House Republicans will caucus in this chamber in 30 minutes after we are finished here, so that'll be at 2 o'clock. House Republicans will caucus here in this chamber at 2 p.m.
Gentleman 17th, Doug Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For those of you who belong to the Masonic Lodge, we're going to take our annual picture down in front of the Speaker's podium immediately after adjournment.
Are there further announcements? If not, the question is on the motion that the House stand in yes, the gentleman from the 47th, Delegate Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask that the gentleman from the 39th's remarks on 387 be added to the appendix of the journal.
Senate Bill 387?
387? Yes.
Are there objections? There are no objections. Gentleman second, Doug Desario is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to announce now that coming up on April the 25th, Barnwood Builders, the host, Mark Bowe, his wife is former Delegate Cindy Lavender Bowe. And on the 25th, this episode will air, and they're proud to show their use of union carpenters to the entire nation. So they will be highlighting these union carpenter apprentices as well as their training center in Clarksburg. So I would ask you all to take advantage of watching this episode and showing the rest of the world that we believe in unions. Thank you very much.
Gentleman 51st, Doug Williams is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that my friend from the 43rd's remarks on the reconsideration motion be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Are there objections? Objection is heard.
Move.
Motion is that the remarks by the gentleman from the 43rd be printed in the appendix of the journal on motion for reconsideration of committee substitute for Senate Bill 439. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. Are there further announcements? If not, the question is on the motion that the House stand in recess until 5 o'clock. Those in favor will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We are in recess until 5 p.m.